differences from other kids held meaning. Her parents gave her answers, but they were very persistent about protecting her and giving her as normal of a life as possible. She had that normalcy for a while. Her studies in alchemy and her innate gift for botany led her to having a fairly successful business. Knowing this, her parents were soothed and their wishes for their daughter had come true. However, Bianca's curiosity never left her. There's still so many unanswered questions about her family's past which affected her own DNA. This fascination with her genetics and the power that it may hold led her to seek out the old ways of the Blood Hunters. This new gift is where Bianca feels she'll truly start living. Her call to adventure, discovering her past, and hunting her mark has finally begun. Cecily has spent her entire life either in foster care or fending for herself on the streets. Seemingly nothing has worked out in her favor in her short 15 years of life. But one day, during an emotional breaking point, Cecily suddenly and unknowingly unlocked magical powers within herself. She caused quite a mess, and now, confronted with all sorts of questions about her abilities and purpose, she finds herself on the streets once again, running from what she's done. Her sorcerer powers continue to grow, much to her surprise, but she still has no idea where they came from or how to own them. Ironically, though, she's been pretty lucky lately. She's avoided trouble for the most part, and has actually started to feel okay. It's almost as if the luck she never got as a kid is finally coming back around. If only she was in control of it. Desmond O'Malley is a peculiar Dragonborn, to say the least. In a world where the destinies of all Dragonborn are decided by the beacons of good and evil, Bahamut and Tiamat respectively, Desmond's short path has been an unusual one that is filled with chaos, uncertainty, and maybe a bit too much competition for his own good. After being forced to travel from town to town in order to make his living as a thief on the streets, Desmond found what he believed to be his home in the fighting pits of Water's Wake, the same fighting pits where he became known as the Bronze Shiv. While living as a fighter, Desmond was given the opportunity in which he was told that he should throw a match in the ring. He would be gifted information that may help him find his destiny and what it was truly meant to be. But if he didn't, there would be grave, grave consequences. Rather than follow blindly down a path given to him, Desmond chose to uproot his life once more in order to forge his own destiny, as he had done all his life. Ashima Peregrine, the dedicated and aloof monk of the Tongwu Path religion, came to the party from a faraway nation, the nation of Loshar. He arrived in Summersrest with his curiously silent master to practice empathy for the world through exploration and the teachings of harmony to all creatures. Although Ashima's short stature and halfling carefree demeanor portray him as naive in the eyes of some, he is quietly believed to be the 11th reincarnation of the great teacher and founder of the Tongwu Path by the ranks of his monastic order. The student robes that he wears represents what he still has to relearn in this life before becoming a teacher to his people again. While his meditation upon the cyclical nature of ki and shadowboxing have always persisted in his life, his path has taken a fork in the recent days. After getting arrested in a mistaken situation while trying to help his friend Bianca, Ashima has been thrust into a group of misfits and young minds. Although trapped in a group, Ashima is always and will always embrace the ebb and flow of fate, and sees this as an opportunity to console the members of his party with guidance and faith. Powassa Inoa, or Po for short, is a water genasi who grew up in the comforts of Water's Wake. Po's father raised his son with tales of Inoa warriors in the way of the Inoa Forge. Unlike other forges, Po and his father's forge was half submerged underwater. The quick currents of the water and Po's father's magical hammer allowed them to sharpen, shape, and craft beautiful weapons and armor, unlike any other in Bella Clara. Po has not seen or experienced much beyond the forge in Water's Wake, which is very strange for a 17-year-old in Noah. He was raised knowing how to craft the perfect blades. not swing them. He was raised on fulfilling other adventurers' armor and weapons and needs, not equipping himself for his own adventures. Poe was called to adventure after he unraveled a secret contract his sick father kept hidden from him. Poe fled town in order to fulfill it and help his father and their forge, taking with him only his father's magical hammer and the journal. Though Poe finds himself unprepared for this adventure, unworthy of the Anoa name, and surrounded by hopeless companions, he's finding that his mission might actually lead him down a glorious adventure. And with every day that passes, he is called more and more to become the Anoa warrior he was destined to be. Bianca Dusong is a purple tiefling who became a blood hunter through nefarious means. She's always had a natural curiosity for the wide, sprawling world she's read so much about. Ever since she was little, she knew her differences from other kids held meaning. Her parents gave her answers, but they were very persistent about protecting her and giving her as normal of a life as possible. She had that normalcy for a while. Her studies in alchemy and her innate gift for botany led her to having a fairly successful business. Knowing this, her parents were soothed and their wishes for their daughter had come true. However, Bianca's curiosity never left her. There's still so many unanswered questions about her family's past which affected her own DNA. This fascination with her genetics and the power that it may hold led her to seek out the old ways of the blood hunters. This new gift is where Bianca feels she'll truly start living. Her call to adventure, discovering her past, and hunting her mark has finally begun. Cecily has spent her entire life either in foster care or fending for herself on the streets. Seemingly nothing has worked out in her favor in her short 15 years of life. But one day, during an emotional breaking point, Cecily suddenly and unknowingly unlocked magical powers within herself. She caused quite a mess, and now, confronted with all sorts of questions about her abilities and purpose, she finds herself on the streets once again, running from what she's done. Her sorcerer powers continue to grow, much to her surprise, but she still has no idea where they came from or how to own them. Ironically, though, she's been pretty lucky lately. She's avoided trouble for the most part, and has actually started to feel okay. It's almost as if the luck she never got as a kid is finally coming back around. If only she was in control of it. Desmond O'Malley is a peculiar Dragonborn, to say the least. In a world where the destinies of all Dragonborn are decided by the beacons of good and evil, Bahamut and Tiamat respectively, Desmond's short path has been an unusual one. One that is filled with chaos, uncertainty, and maybe a bit too much competition for his own good. After being forced to travel from town to town in order to make his living as a thief on the streets, Desmond found what he believed to be his home in the fighting pits of Water's Wake, the same fighting pits where he became known as the Bronze Shiv. While living as a fighter, Desmond was given the opportunity in which he was told that he should throw a match in the ring. He would be gifted information that may help him find his destiny and what it was truly meant to be. But if he didn't, there would be grave, grave consequences. Rather than follow blindly down a path given to him, Desmond chose to uproot his life once more in order to forge his own destiny, as he had done all his life. Ashima Peregrine, the dedicated and aloof monk of the Tongwu Path religion, came to the party from a faraway nation, the nation of Loshar. He arrived in Summersrest with his curiously silent master to practice empathy for the world through exploration and the teachings of harmony to all creatures. Although Ashima's short stature and halfling carefree demeanor portray him as naive in the eyes of some, he is quietly believed to be the 11th reincarnation of the great teacher and founder of the Tongwu Path by the ranks of his monastic order. The student robes that he wears represents what he still has to relearn in this life before becoming a teacher to his people again. While his meditation upon the cyclical nature of ki and shadowboxing have always persisted in his life, his path has taken a fork in the recent days. After getting arrested in a mistaken situation while trying to help his friend Bianca, Ashima has been thrust into a group of misfits and young minds. Although trapped in a group, Ashima is
mute and unmute and look at that flame transition. Look at that. Yeah, we're a sub with transitions now, or not a sub. We're a friggin' Twitch stream with transitions now. It's so good to have everybody here.
Cool.
And it's so good to be back.
Nice.
It has been a minute since we since we have participated in D&D with the Salamander Coast, but we are here and ready to go. And yeah, as you can see, there are a couple of look at Lisa first on the chat, sponsor of the episode as always. Thank you, Lisa, for sponsoring without me asking this time. All right, so as you can see, there's a couple of new things added here. First, nice. For one, at least for the Salamander Coast, I now have a banner underneath my name. In case you were not clear that I am the Dungeon Master, I am. And then also over to the side of chat, nope, this way over here, where my finger goes through, and it's like it's over that way, and it's got the character art, wonderful character art done by Andy Romanchek, who you can go ahead and find him on Instagram. Actually, let me go ahead and pull that up right now and drop that in the chat. He did a wonderful job bringing not only the characters of the Salamander Coast, but also of the Explorers of Afera to life, and it is kind of crazy. You won't get to see the Explorers of Afera this session, but next Friday, or this upcoming Friday, I should say, for their session, you will be able to see that art then. So make sure you follow and get those notifications on, so that way next Friday when we go live at 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time, that you are notified, so that way you can see that art when it comes out. But off to the side there, you'll see each character art with their stats at level 3, what class they are, their name, and a little quote by them, which all of them are badass. I think that I love the difference between Cecily and Ashima, because Cecily's is so short and sweet and to the point, and Ashima's is so long, but it like makes so much sense, and it's amazing. I honestly love it so much. But I think my favorite is actually Poe's, just because I'm a sucker for like the character that Poe is. Like that's my favorite thing, where he's like the farm boy, you know, except in this case he's a blacksmith. But it's awesome. I love them all. I love all of the quotes a lot. So that'll be rotating throughout the stream. So in case you know, not enough actioning happening on the screen or with my face or their faces, you can always check out off to the side there and see that. So real quick, does anybody have any announcements or fun facts they want to share with the audience before we get started?
Yeah, Joe, I'm bad at gambling. Do I have to dress up as an opossum for the next stream?
I mean, if you promised it, I guess it's up to, was it Shane who? Yeah,
it was Shane.
It's up to Shane. I leave it up to. Oh, he said yes. He said yes.
All right, I'll do it for Shane. Doing it for Shane. I'll start looking for it. I'm bad at gambling. I need to not say shit.
I have a fun fact that I want to share.
Oh yes, please do.
Them.
Please do.
The Lego company is the #1 tire manufacturer in the world. Technically.
What? Okay.
That's fun. That is fun.
It's my fun fact for the day.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I have one too, because I just saw it on John Oliver the other day, where octopi they like to be alone and separate from one another unless you give them LSD. If you give octopi LSD, they want to hang out with each other, but then when the LSD wears off, they want to not be around each other. So you can have like a little octopi party when they're on LSD, and then they go away after it wears off.
Sounds like humans too.
It does sound like me.
Yeah, which is pretty fun. I love them. It's so great. Whose idea was that? You know, we need to try octopi and LSD.
I mean, you heard the acid dolphin experiment? That shit's wild.
Oh, I did not.
Yeah, they kept live dolphins in a massive tank in this person's house and gave them LSD to see if it would affect the brain the way it affects human brains. I forget exactly what the results are, but I know that there's a play by a playwright called Tom Horan, in which all the dolphins are played by men in suits that have dolphin masks. So
That's
so there's that. That's fun.
God.
That's a fun fact.
That is a fun fact.
Locking in my fun
do
fact.
that.
Okay, alrighty. Well, then I think with that, we can go ahead and get
Ooh, pit stains. Nice.
started. Get started right away. So let me go ahead and move all of you back to, excuse me, Summersrest, because that is where we are. There you go. Yeah, look at that art. Looky there. Looky there, buddy boy. Okay. Wow, 12 viewers. That's awesome. Hello, everybody. Welcome. You're tuning in right at just the right time because we are going to get started. So, last we all had left off through an absolute turbine of terrible things. Our group of 5 adventurers ended up together. Through being arrested and thrown into the same jail cell and then thrown into the same workers area in order to pay off this debt to the nation of Belliclara, our 5 adventurers here were united as one, under one kind of name. It's not official yet, but the name is kind of almost there, but they're not really. They all kind of ran away, so they're kind of going with the runaways, but nobody's asked them officially yet, but I think meta-wise, that's kind of what the group name is going for. But I digress. These 5 adventurers had found themselves now together, forced into a contract by one Brennan Fisher, the brother of the overseer and main investor in the city of Summersrest. After being indebted to him for a while, going through a few jobs, they eventually stumbled upon the wrongdoings of a particular furbolg in the town of Summersrest. One person who was very friendly and, well, he was just so nice on the outside and he absolutely loved getting to know people. But really, he was a vicious mob boss who was extorting the people of Summersrest, and if they didn't pay up, their building was burned down. Luckily, our party of brave adventurers, they overcame the odds, and they gathered the right information, and they exposed Selrid for the fraud that he was. All of that happening over the course of about 2 weeks. Attacked by cultists, then thrown in jail, then attacked by more cultists, then found their way through the Undercity, and then back to Summersrest. After all of that, finally, the party now finds themselves. They can finally do what the city is named after. They can finally rest in Summersrest. So, last we had just left off, the group had discovered Poe's body. He was found by Rose Fisher, like I said, the investor of Summersrest, and they had tried to figure out what happened to him after his disappearance. Poe, surrounded by visions and dreams of a terrible giant serpent at the bottom of the ocean, yelling his name, demanding a price be paid, and saying he will get what is truly his. Poe not really knowing how to take this, he eventually wakes up with no knowledge of what that means or what it means for him. And the party decides that, well, hopefully it won't come up, and we'll just hope that you never get attacked by a giant serpent. So now the party has their downtime. 4 weeks. Because at the end of this 4 weeks will be the Harvest End Festival. The ending of the harvest in Summersrest and the majority of Belliclara, where people celebrate the good harvest that they've had. And it is also an opportunity for the party to be free of their contract with Brennan Fisher. Because if they succeed in the tourney, there is a group battle tourney that happens in Summersrest. If they win, they can ask one thing, and one thing alone, from the investors of Summersrest. And that one thing could be to remove their contract from existence and free them from it. But the party has 4 weeks before that can happen. And our party of 5 adventurers here has a lot they want to do in those 4 weeks. As the party is not only transitioning from being strange acquaintances thrust into danger together, but to budding friendships all around. Not only that, but they are also transitioning from levels 2 to 3. And this ain't no, all right, Oblivion style, you're going to go to bed and wake up level 3. No. There's going to be some mental and physical gymnastics these characters have to go through to earn level 3. So, if I recall correctly, we had just had an interaction between Cecily, and Desmond was sitting outside along with Poe, but Ashima and Bianca had went inside, between Cecily and Master Dranor, a high elven mage, who claimed that he knew that Cecily could manifest her magic in the weave, that she could push and pull on it. Cecily being very uncomfortable with adults being nearby, she decided to go get help, but it was determined that he maybe was not as skeevy as Captain Darrow may have been. Because even after, Cecily, you were told that no one could help you aside from the most powerful magics known to mankind. Master Nanor came to you, and he undid the effects of the aging as if it were nothing to him. So, knowing that, he did ask you that at some point you come find him, because he would love to work with you, to try and teach you how to channel your magics even better. So, with that, I think that we can now jump in to what everybody wants to do. So I have a list here of everything everybody wants to do, but I really leave it up to you what you'd like to start with. So, what are we doing? This is the beginning of downtime. It's your choice.
Well, I do know this. Having just now de-aged 9 years, I think Cecily is gonna lay on the floor for a while. And then, if anyone bothers me, I'll talk to him. But otherwise, at some point, I'm gonna go seek out that guy. I'm gonna talk to the rest of the group, those kind of things. Unless somebody wants to bother Cecily, someone else can go first if they have downtime business to attend to.
What are we doing? And we can bounce around here. You don't need to do your entire laundry list of things one after the other.
This is the stuff that we told you about, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Or that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess if Poe is feeling healthier, he'll probably take a visit over to Derek.
Okay.
And see how he's doing.
All right, sounds good to me. So you head over to the blacksmith's, right? You depart from that after seeing that strange interaction between Cecily and that man, seeing her de-age. You decide to go to somebody who you know to be at least a little more grounded. Derek Callum. So, pop up. Oh yeah, it did. Okay. Mubby, I think that might have popped up twice for you guys. There we go. Alrighty. So, you head over to his shop, and as you are making your way through the town, you can see that people, there are some people who seem a little ashamed of their actions, who sort of avert their eyes from you, and there are other people who smile at you and wave and, afternoon, Master Anoa, and giving you just respect, which is something strange that, as a blacksmith's son, you never really expected to receive, people looking up to you. But you eventually make your way up past Rester's Roost and all across the bridge of Summersrest and into Derek's shop. And as he is standing there working on something, you can see maybe working on like a, probably some type of breastplate or something of a similar nature. As he's sort of pounding away at the steel, he sort of stops as he sees you and he says, Poe, come on up. How's it going? And he sets his hammer off to the side, hangs up the armor that he was working on, and sort of takes his gloves off and walks over towards you. It's a pleasure to see you. What well, what do I owe the honor?
Well, just I was going through a lot these past few days. Me and the rest of the guys were, and the rest of the group was, and I was just wondering if you needed any help here at the Forge. We're taking on any missions or anything, so... and I miss being around weapons and armor.
Well, I mean, if you really want to volunteer your time, I'd be more than happy to have it. Well, here, well, take off that armor and I'll get you an apron, some gloves, and we can start making some things.
Definitely.
Be nice to have some help.
Of course. And Poe is just gonna, I guess, he's gonna have his own personal project, of course. Like he he wants to help Derek, of course. Obviously, it reminds him of home, but he also has his own armor that he wants to work on. But if Anna Yaya's back in town later on, I want to go maybe visit her. But for now, I think Poe's just going to chill out with Derek.
Okay. Are you going to share with him your sort of schematics and ideas, or are you just going to kind of work on that by yourself?
Oh, yeah, I think Poe would definitely show him. It'd be nice to bounce around ideas and everything.
Mm-hmm. Okay, alrighty. So, we'll say that for a couple of, maybe like 4 or 5 days, you end up working for him, and eventually you have some downtime. He's finally caught up on all of his orders, thanks to your help. He does slide you 20 gold for helping him out, if you'll take it. Or he says, listen, I know that you and your friends are probably pretty well off with what you've done for Summersrest, but listen, hard work deserves coin. And I'm willing to pay up. I mean, without your help, I would have been backed up on orders for months. But you're good, Poe, and I think you deserve to be paid for it.
Derek, it's very kind, but I have to refuse. But one way you could repay me is I have some schematics and a personal project I want to work on. I have some ideas for armor that I've been sketching out, and perhaps you can help me with a few pieces.
Of course. Here, mind if I see the schematics?
Sure.
Okay. He kind of looks over them, reads a couple of your notes, and says, "Well, that's interesting. I think we can do this. Tell me. Now, I know that you're used to working with the Anoa Forge, and it seems like you've adapted pretty well to this, but some of these things seem really, really complex."
Yeah. Well, the more I learn about the Anoa, the more I learn about how important it is to use, the Moon Forge that me and my father are used to using. So I really, really did design these with the intent of using that. So it may seem a little complex, but might take me some time. But I hope to make a few pieces at least.
Well, I think that we can do this. There's just going to have to be a few alterations in order to adapt to what I have here, but I don't think they'll detract at all. If anything, I think they'll add to it as a whole.
Well, it's awesome. Can't wait to hear about them.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and get started. Do you have any materials you wanted to start with making this out of? And he kind of hands you back your schematics. Were you just thinking steel, iron, or something more?
Well, I was thinking of doing something interesting, but I wanted to. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to go visit Anna Yaya, because I wanted to see what kind of, because she's, if I remember right, wasn't she pretty good with like rare materials?
Yeah, rare minerals, ores, and gemstones. That was her thing.
Yeah, so Poe's just gonna say like, I really want to run by Anna Yaya's and see if she's back from Water's Wake yet, and see if I can find Anna Yaya if she's back in town. I haven't really heard from her yet.
Oh, but of course. Of course, yeah. Well, listen, I'll keep in mind this. I'll try and get some of the few things that I know we'll need that I don't have in the shop right now. Go talk to her, see if you can find what materials you want to make it out of, and meet me back here when you're ready, all right?
Will do.
All right. Okay, so you head off, and we will come back to you in a second. So he heads off to go find Anna Yaya around day 4 or 5. What about anybody else? What's everybody else doing?
Still pacing around the house saying, what the fuck? No, I'm gonna... just 4 straight days. No, I'm gonna, you know, fuck it. I think I'm gonna wake up one morning, day 4 or day 5, early, and just be like, alright, fuck it, and I'm just gonna go try to find the dude. The, magic man. I forget his name.
Lord Dranor, or Master Dranor, I mean.
Master Dranor.
Dranor.
Okay. I shall try to find Master Dranor somewhere in the city of warm sleep.
Alrighty. So, you head out looking for him, and as soon as you start to ask questions, it is easy enough to to find him. As soon as you mentioned the golden-haired high elf, the Dranor, the one who looks like a lord apparently, everybody is like, oh yeah, Golden Stag Inn. That's where you want to go. Golden Stag. And they tell you over and over and over again, that's where he's at. And eventually you make your way through town, and you make your way there, and lo and behold, you can see that in a small corner, tucked away at the very back of this very luxurious, very nice inn that has a nice overlook of the mountain view, you can see Master Dranor and Keeper Sigrun sort of sitting in a small corner, exchanging talks back and forth. And you notice that as soon as you walk in, Dranor doesn't notice you. He seems to be very deep in conversation with Sigrun, but as soon as you step in, you swear that you see Sigrun's head just turn slightly, and her head is just slightly tilted towards the door now, but still maintaining a small conversation between the two.
Yeah, I imagine I look a little bit like a mess at the moment, standing in the middle of this very nice place. So I'm gonna, with not enough shame, I'm gonna walk through this very fine establishment, probably track some mud on the floor, and I'll go ahead and go straight to the two of them.
Okay. All right. So as soon as you get about 10 feet away, you finally catch Dranor's eye, and he says, "Oh, Cecily, I'm so glad that you decided to take me up on my offer."
Right. Yeah. Okay. Should we go somewhere?
Yes, we should.
This place is a little... Okay. Cool.
A little, stuffy, yes. It's not exactly what I had in mind when coming to the great city of Summersrest, but it has to do. Sigrun,
Yeah.
I believe that I'll be fine. You can leave us to it. I don't think Cecily here has any malintent for me just yet. And Sigrun gives him a nod, says no words, and then heads up the stairs and presumably back to their room. And he says, looking at you, smiling, "Cecily, do you mind if we go for a walk?"
Yeah, okay, cool. Walk's good. Walk is fine. With my 15-year-old legs just swinging back and forth.
Yes, that is typically how people walk.
Mm-hmm.
He stands up and he begins to walk out of the inn. And the two of you are just kind of moseying about Summersrest. Really no intent on going anywhere, just walking around the city. He says, "So, Cecily, I have a few questions for you before we get started. Why?"
Okay, well, I got a lot for you, so hurry up.
I love the tenacity. So, why do you want to learn how to control it more?
I don't know if I do really about that. I don't know. I mean, just kind of happened to me. It's not like I wanted it to.
Mm-hmm.
If I could just make it go away, I might do that.
Do you want me to take it away?
Well, no, I guess not. Just... You know, my life wasn't good before this, but it was way more straightforward. Fuck. Okay, what's the next one? Let's go. Questions.
There's only 2. Second one, the last question I need to ask you, is if you could do anything with this magic that you've been given, this ability you've been given to push and pull on the weave, if you could do anything, what would it be?
Yeah, what does that mean? People talking about what is it, like a basket? Is it like hair? Like, what is the weave?
Well, for you to understand that, we need to go on a hike. It'll all make sense there. Have you ever been on a hike before?
You call it a hike when you don't live on the street, dude. Yeah, I've been on a few, I guess.
Yes. Well. And he smiles and kind of chuckles under his breath and says, well, let's go on a hike then. And he kind of points up towards, like above the gates and a little bit to the left where there's a small ledge. And he says, we're going right up there.
Okay.
Now, the path can be a little dangerous, but I'm sure you'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you'd hope I could fucking walk, right?
Yes, I would hope so.
Okay.
So, the two of you head up, beginning your hike up the mountainside, and Cecily, we will come back to you momentarily. Alrighty. So Cecily headed up with Dranor. What about the rest of you? What you doing?
I'm gonna go find Belvedere.
Okay. Alrighty. So you head to... Whoa! Ooh, excuse me. So you go ahead and head to the same tavern where you had found Belvedere, and, well, not found, but where you were taken to with Belvedere. And heading down into the cellar, you can see that he is still down there. The doors are all open now. None of them are locked and barred. Any of the threatening aspects of gross decor have been removed as he's sort of tidied things up just a little bit in the past 3 or 4 days before you came here. And as you sort of walk in, the hobgoblin, like I said, different from this art, just a little bit more battered and bruised and a little bit more rough looking. But he kind of sees you approach and he says,
"Oh, hello, Desmond. It's good to see you again."
You as well, Belvedere. Well, I know when the last time we met, it was under really stressful circumstances, so I wanted to come out and find you and extend my thanks to you.
Well,
that was scary as shit.
yes, it was. Very, very scary indeed. But I'm afraid the thanks is placed in the wrong area. I am thankful for you. Had it not been for you, I would still be trapped in here doing Selrid's bidding, so I am very thankful for you.
Well, I wanted to help you maybe get a little bit more footing in town. I know you said that you were that's something you wanted, and I think it's something you really deserve. Not that I have much here, you know, I'm just a scrawny ass little dragonborn walking around everyone. But if you'd let me help you, I'd like to do that. And get to know you a little bit better.
Well, if you think that's something you can do, I would be more than happy to accept your help. I'm not sure if the people will accept me. I've done many bad things for Selrid. I don't think they would appreciate me.
I mean, the people just learned the valuable lesson that looks are very deceiving. I mean, Selrid looks like the nicest guy, but we all know that was very, very far from the truth. And I think everyone in this town owes it to you to at least give you a shot, you know? And it's scary, I know, to get thrust into a world where you don't really know what's going on and anything, but I've been down that road before, so I would like to help you, and maybe you could help me too along the way. Actually,
help you with what?
I'm gonna pull out the little flask of hellfire that he gave me, and I'd be like,
"Oh.
Don't worry, it's okay. I'm gonna give it back to him."
All right.
Thank you for letting me take this, but just from the look on your face, I know that this is a scary thing, and I'm gonna trust you to have it back. Can you teach me how to do that?
If you wanted to learn, I could teach you, yes. I could. I could teach you, yes.
I'd like that very much. I could get into a lot of trouble and a lot of fun if I had stuff like that.
I guess you could, but be careful. The fun you might get into might not be very fun for other people.
Well, that's why it's fun.
I suppose you're right. Very well, I will teach you how to do this then.
I'm looking forward to it. When do we get started?
Well, we could start right now. I have all of the materials here if you'd like to learn now. I could teach you how to make this first. Well, maybe not this first. This is very dangerous. There was a person I knew who tried to copy my recipe and he blew his face off. So maybe not that one first.
Yeah, no, I think I'd like to keep my face intact at least for a little while, so baby steps are fine.
Okay, we'll start with something small. Maybe just a simple poison, yes. Yes, simple poison is good. So, come here.
Show me how it's done. I will go there.
All right, so he kind of leads you over towards this little desk that he has, and like table with a whole bunch of different vials and small little furnaces where he can refine materials, boil them, and drain them into their proper magical terms and ingredients. So we will come back to you, Desmond.
Oh my!
With Belvedere. Or Desmodier, as who's this Mark J. Judge in the chat? Look at you. Desmond Belvedere. Okay, all right, but we'll come back to you in a second. So now, Ashima or Bianca, who's going next?
You want? Okay.
All right. So Bianca, we'll go ahead and hop back to you.
Yeah. So I think this is like this particular project's like probably over the 4 weeks. And it's her preparing her shop to probably be sold. So she's kind of doing, like, at least for this first week, some light packing, not putting away essentials, just things like decor, things you don't need. And while she's doing that, she'll probably just kind of be thinking about her Blood Hunter book that she hasn't really paid attention to at all lately.
Yeah.
And so she's going to take some time to pick that up and try really hard to, like, figure out some of that text.
Okay, alrighty. So I'd say over the course of the 4 weeks, you can go ahead and make 4. I'm gonna say either history or arcana checks. You can make either one.
Oh.
So go ahead and make 4 of those.
I'm proficient. Am I proficient in arcana? I am. They're the same.
Oh. Well then, yeah, pick whichever one you want. However you want to flavor this. Is it deciphering the arcane runes?
History would probably make more sense. Arcana's not really what she's got yet, so.
Okay.
All right, so 4 of those?
Mm-hmm. 1 for each week.
Oh,
hot
cool.
damn. Oh,
That's
hot
not
damn.
very good at all.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
That's mild.
Oh,
What?
that's really good! Hey!
What is happening? What a statistical anomaly.
I like this. I like this so much.
Beelzebub.
Yes.
All right. So, very cool. So, the first week that you spend, and obviously there are events that happen in between these, which we'll get to here shortly, but the first week that you spend studying, you get off to a really good start. There's a lot of chapters to this book and a lot of words in it to be deciphered, but you're starting off really well. You read about the different blood maledicts and the different ways a blood hunter can either manipulate someone's blood or use their own for their own gain. You also do begin to decipher different parts of how the different blood hunter schools work. Starting to read in on those, but at that point, things in the second week happen. And during that second week, you just get thrown off a little bit. You end up focusing on certain things a little too much, and you're not able to make any progress. You're very distracted. Third week, things finally start to get back to normal, and it's fine, and you're just not finding anything that you want. But then, the fourth week, some type of training you went through, perhaps with Rolius, perhaps with someone else, it enlightens you. You make a connection because you start reading about, you know that you have a connection to your blade. The blade that you pulled from that statue of a dragon so many weeks ago. You know that there's something there. There is a connection. You're just not sure what it might be. Focusing on it, reading about the connections that blood hunters can make with ancient weapons, weapons that should either not be in the hands of people like you or should just not be in the hands of people at all. Magical weapons. You begin to study and using your knowledge of history and sort of cross-analyzing that with what's in the book, you make a connection with your blade. You know that certain warlocks or certain magical fighters in different places and times, they were able to make such a strong connection with their blade that regardless of where that blade was, they could channel it, they could summon it. You're not sure if that would work with you, but, you know, there's no harm in trying. I mean, you know, the worst that can happen is nothing. So, you work, and the first few times that you do it, nothing happens. You set your sword over on the opposite end of the room, and you just focus on your hand, and you try and make something appear, but nothing. First few times, you flick, you think, you try and do a whole bunch of things, but then nothing happens. you head back to the book and you read a line about the blood connecting you. The blood connecting you to your blade, the blood connecting you to the magic that you manipulate. Taking one of your sharper nails, you just slightly prick your palm, and you think your blade sitting halfway across the room with a... Your blade that was sitting across the room is now in your hand. You look back across the room, it's no longer there. It's physically in your hand. So, now if you'll look at your Blood Hunter guide in your inventory, you now gain the feature. So, from studying the guide, you gain the following feature. Using the ancient texts and archaic words from the journal, you learn to create an inseparable bond between you and your weapon. As a bonus action, you may summon your pact weapon regardless of its distance to you, provided you and the weapon are on the same plane of existence.
Ooh. So, okay.
There you go.
That's badass. Just want to throw that out there.
Yeah. Where is it under items? Why can't
It's
I find
under
it?
items, and then there's a folder called personal items.
And that was my problem. There we go. Well, Bianca's just gonna sit there and feel badass for a while.
Rightfully so, rightfully so. Ooh. Okay. Alrighty. I know, right? Alrighty. So there you go. That happened at the end of the 4 weeks, though. Okay, just so we're hunky dory on
at the end.
Yeah, in terms of maintaining the timeline. So just so I know, what are you planning to do after, in between all that? Right, getting ready to sell the shop?
Yeah. I do want to find Hubert and talk to him about the card game still, and maybe just practice and have fun with that. And definitely, I wanted to talk to Poe about my blade before all that happened still. And probably just check in with Cecily because that girl's been going through a lot, so.
Okay, so we will come back to you in a second here, and we'll jump back when you are talking to Hubert, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So now that means we come to Ishima.
Okay. There's two things that I gotta do. The first one, I gotta talk to Rose.
Okay.
I messaged you, but I also need to figure out what this freaking rock is that I have forgotten about. Every single session, every single one, and I put a sticky note right here, so I would know. Don't forget Yara's rock. And I remembered. And I apologize. I didn't, send you that in a message first.
Oh, no, nothing to apologize for. Nothing to apologize for at all. Okay, so
whichever one makes sense.
You will have to do that second. So we'll have to go with Rose first, just because when you go to find any type of mage who could identify the object, the only one in town right now is Master Janor, who is not there. He is currently away with Cecily. So when he gets back, you'll have to ask him about it. But for now, starting off, we'll go ahead and start with Rose then.
Yeah, I'll just pop over. Plot device from session 3 finally coming back. And it's my fault, too, because I forgot about it until now, and I'm really embarrassed.
It's okay. Alrighty, so you head to the investor's mansion. Approaching the gates, some of the guards recognize you, and one woman shouts out, is there something we can help you with, student Ishima?
Yes, I have come to speak with Rose Fisher. Not, well, more of a friendly visit, if anything.
Oh, all right.
Go get, just open the gate. Rose is in her study right now. And the gates swing open, and you're able to freely walk inside the estate.
All right, I'll quietly head there so as not to, disturb her or alarm her at first. See if I can get a look at, look at her before coming in.
Okay, so just to kind of see what she's up to.
Yeah.
Right off the bat. Okay. So as you begin to make your way in, making your way through the main sort of foyer and then curving off to the side to the study, you can see that right now she's just kind of sitting at her desk, poring over different scrolls. There's a couple of different books open there, and you can see she's very, very deep in focus. Every once in a while, on a piece of parchment next to her, scribing something down and not even noticing that you're there. I mean, you think that it almost doesn't matter how loud you were walking. You're not sure how if she would have noticed you in the first place.
Is she wearing the cloaks that she's been wearing?
Right now, no.
Okay, I'll
seemingly thinking she's alone, she doesn't have that on right now.
I'll pipe up and say, it is good to see you. As yourself. Perhaps not so good to see me so alone.
No. It's fine. It's fine. Really. Sorry, I'm a mess right now. And she kind of grabs the cloak off of the table right next to her, kind of puts it back on, shuts some of the books, and rolls up some of the parchment and says, and kind of pushing the things off to the side. And she's like, can I get you some tea or something? Sorry, I didn't realize that you would be coming this way, Ashima.
No, we won't need tea, but we'll need water.
All right. Of course. Hot water or just
cold?
Cold. Very well.
Preferably. You wear those cloaks often now. It's a shame.
Yes. Well, I figured it best not to show the kind of pulling the cloak down a little bit more. The scars too often, as sometimes it tends to frighten small children.
This is wrong. You are wrong. You are very, very wrong. You are incorrect.
I am?
Yes, and we will need to fix this immediately.
All right.
I have resigned to teach you Loshari shadowboxing in the Lao Shu way.
You have?
Yes, it would be entirely good for me to train for the tourney coming up, and all the world better for you.
If you so insist, I guess I, all right, well, I'll go get some water then. Loshari shadowboxing? As she kind of murmurs to herself, not really understanding what's happening, just kind of going along with the flow of the river. She eventually returns with two small glass cups, or two small glasses with water, and sets them down on the desk. Should we stay in here? Is it best to be outside, or
For your first lesson, this will do.
Okay.
And I'll go ahead and take the waters and set them at my feet. First, please have a drink of water.
I'm not sure I follow. It's okay. So I can grab a glass then, right?
Oh no, I will not let you.
Oh. All right.
Yes, if you go for that water, I will immediately, not painfully, slap your wrist.
All right.
You may try if you like.
All right. I will try, I suppose. And she kind of slowly goes to grab one of the glasses.
I'm gonna gently shove her arm away, forcefully.
All right. I will try again. And she goes to reach down again to grab it, this time a little bit faster.
Same thing. Trying to do there.
Okay, all right.
Let me ask you this.
Please.
I control the water because I defend it. We do not learn shadowboxing or defense. Kill to harm. I presume you've had some education in swords, perhaps rapiers.
Yes, when I was growing up, I did.
This is typical of nobles, I find. They learn violence for all the wrong reasons, for violence sake. No, when we learn to control our bodies, to master the art of our body, we do not do so to kill or to maim. We do it to control. I ask you this. Who defends you?
Well, the guards of Summersrest, Captain Veronica and her guards do.
And you defend the city. Therefore, you are in control. Who defends, controls. But you do not defend yourself. So who is in control of you?
I suppose logic that you just put forth would lead me to believe that it was the guards.
And if you feel that you have no control over yourself, how can you ever defend yourself? You can never defend yourself, how can you ever control yourself? And if you cannot control yourself, how can you control another thing?
Yes. I think I understand where you're coming from. I think it's a little cyclical, but I think that's the point, isn't it?
Always. You are a very, very good statesman. You are very, very wrong about your appearance, but you are very, very right about many of the things you do here. As an, how do you say it? Investor. You're very good at leading. But you will not be good, again, until you can learn how to defend what you control. Now, please have a drink of water.
All right. I will. Okay, so I guess she's going to try and now, actually, with full intent, is going to try and grab a glass. So that is she's gonna like roll for an attack to see if she can grab the water. So that's 1d20 plus 1. That does not beat your AC, does it?
No.
She grabs and you smack her out of the way.
And,
all right.
Let her.
What's up?
Oh, I was gonna say, when she goes to grab it, I want to, as soon as she recoils, I'm just going to kick over the water.
Well, okay, that seems... what does that have to do with control and myself?
And I'm going to hand her the glass.
She apprehensively
Because
reaches
we
out
can-
and grabs it.
Because we can always refill ourselves again. Even after we've lost everything. Now you'll want to fill that up again, because we're going to be doing some far more intensive exercises after this.
Well, you are more right than you could know, Ashima. But I think it's only fair that you go refill that glass. After all, I am such a good investor, right? I should know when to take a break. She takes a sip from the glass you handed her.
You're a fast learner. And I'll take the glass and go refill it.
Okay, alrighty, cool. Alrighty, so then you just proceed to go over what, probably the next 3-4 weeks?
Yeah, and I'm just teaching her we're not doing, black belt stuff, just like basic form, things that'll help with her self-confidence.
Yeah, maybe like 2 times a week, nothing too crazy.
Yeah, not intensive.
Okay, alright, cool. Alrighty, so now what we're going to do is we're going to jump back all the way to Poe looking for Anayaya. So, jumping from there, as you are doing your training, Poe, or as you're doing your training, Ashima, Poe, you eventually make your way over towards Anayaya's shop, and you can see that the building is being rebuilt. There's a few construction workers there cutting wood and then reassembling the very basic structure of it. And as you're sort of standing around looking, you hear a throat clear behind you. Poe, and as you turn around, you can see Anayaya is right there. Hi, elven woman.
Sorry. Anayaya, it's great to see you.
Yes, it's good to see you too. I actually just got back today. I had received word from Rose that Selrid had been dealt with and that, well, the shop was being rebuilt as best they could. So I figured I would come back.
Well, I'm glad you did. How's my father?
He's good. He misses you quite a bit, but he's good. In fact, it was a little odd because he, well, I'm not sure. He seems to be, every day that I was there, he forgot that I was there. It was very strange. Every day he said that you had gone out to go deliver a weapon to someone, and you'd be back any minute. It was quite sad. But other than that, he is in good health. I was able to get him some medicines to help with his cough, and he seems to be much better off for now.
Well, I really appreciate you going all that way to make sure he was safe. So, I'm glad I didn't convince the group to go. We were able to handle Selrid, and we were able to help Spook. And
Good.
He was a great help for us, so...
Yes, I could see that there were quite a few people by the gates that typically would not have been there on any other day, so it seems as though you have done quite a bit of good.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit more than what we were expecting. We're all kind of taking it easy right now. I'm actually working with Derek, and he agreed to help me on some armor. And so that's actually why I came to visit. I was checking to see if you're back in town, and I was wondering if well, you had any ideas for what material I could use for this. I'm going to hand her the schematics.
Oh, well, this is quite interesting. Well, sadly, it seems as though some of these things might be a little difficult to do in the forges in Summersrest, but Derek is competent, and competent is the right word. He's very talented. Let me give credit where credit's due. Well, I could always provide some materials, but sadly, since my shop, as she sort of looks to the partially crumbled remains now being rebuilt, I'm lacking quite a few of my more rare materials, but I did keep something. Now, this material is very rare, and frankly, it's a little temperamental. But I think it might be quite
useful for what you're doing. It will at least add a little something. The rest of it will have to be made of steel or iron, I'm afraid. But I have this. And she ruffles around in her bag. And she pulls out what looks to be something that is what looks to be like a mineral or a rock of some kind, but it has this very odd translucence and almost like opal quality. But it's tinged this like light blue color. It almost looks like ice with these sort of mineral like aspects. This material is it's from the frost peaks in Tarkir, bordering Tarkir and Avarion. It's a very peculiar type of crystal that grows there, but when refined correctly, it can be laced into certain parts of armor and provide a very, in larger quantities, a very substantial resistance to any type of cold or anything similar, but in smaller applications it can still be quite useful.
Wow, this could really... I'm already thinking of so many good ideas on how I can implement this. What can I give you for it?
Poe, you have done such a favor to me and to Summersrest. Actually, you know what you can do for me? Don't give up on your name. Live up to what it is. Be the hero that the Salamander Coast wants an Anoa to be. Do that for me and we'll call it even.
I can do that. Or at least I hope so.
I'm sure you will. She hands you the stone, which is about the size of maybe a softball. It's larger. And, ooh man, let me find real quick what that... I will actually be right back because I need to go grab the journal that has what that is called, and I'll be back in just 1 second. Ooh.
All right, time to vamp.
Hey, we have to be the
vamping.
entertainment now.
First time for the mindful minute.
Oh, okay, mindful
Might have
minute.
been
How do we do this?
I was doing music because I thought it was like musical dialogue, you know, where it says in the sheets to vamp, and there's like a 2-page dialogue section, and the music's just going dun 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 dun.
Okay.
We should all solo.
No, it's
Okay.
okay. I'm
Every
back.
single
I'm
one.
back. I'm back.
Oh, okay.
I'm back.
Darn, we talked about vamping too long.
Oh my gosh, it's my bass guitar. Hi, Cam.
Not the bass.
Is it?
No.
Well, you changed the strap, so I got
Explain.
confused.
That's fair.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. I saw black with the rainbow, and so I thought it was the bass.
They're also about the same shape.
Also, your camera quality is crap, so.
Oh man.
I mean, mine is too.
Yeah, do any of us have room to talk about camera quality right now?
Mine's
Just Joe.
Yeah.
I have such good lighting that I worked so hard.
Yeah, Evan's is the best. I like how
Yeah.
it's just your face floating in darkness.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really
I
enhances the
actually
quality quite a
worked
bit.
really hard to get this harsh glare
I could go
that I
harsher.
wanted.
There we go.
I like had to unplug.
I'm sure I could go harsher.
My room doesn't have like a light on the ceiling. It only has
There we go.
and turns on an outlet. And I had to unplug my light to have my humidifier.
All right.
And
Okay. All right. I got it. I got it.
Here.
I got it. Okay. Sorry. It's called Chardalyn. Chardalyn.
You said from the mountaintops of Tarkir.
Correct. It's one of the only things I took with me, aside from some of my more prized works, but I feel like it'll be in better hands with you than with me.
I'll make sure to wear it well.
I'm sure you will. Well, I wouldn't keep Derek waiting. Who knows in this warm autumn sun how long that chunk of ice is going to stay frozen.
Right. I better get going. But it's really good to see your shop coming.
And it's good to see you, Poe.
All right. And I guess I'll go ahead and go visit Derek again.
Alrighty. She smiles, and as you go to turn, she is looking at you kind of like how a mom would look at her son going off to like first grade, you know?
Yeah.
Just very proud and very happy. So you head off back towards Derek's shop, and then you come back and he says, "Hey, well, good to see you. I made a couple of, discoveries, connections, that I think that you will want to hear."
Yeah, let's see it.
Alrighty, so, now, most of my life I've spent just working as a very simple blacksmith. I mean, most of the time I make horseshoes more than anything else. But I do get requisitions from the guards to make them armor and weapons when needed. And when I first started, I would just use the same tactics I used when I was making horseshoes, but it doesn't exactly work. So I went to Bella's and I started to read up on different cultures, different styles of forging, and I think that there's one in particular that'll help us a lot here. There is a way of creating steel for weapons and armor that was actually founded in Loshar that I think it's gonna help us a lot. Because, you see, and he kind of gestures you up, and he is sort of talking about and showing you all of these different things that he has set up to kind of try and help emulate a moon forge, but then also adding some of these Loshari elements. He says, all right, so the Loshari, what they do is, they're a peaceful nation. So they really don't ever use weapons at all in warfare and for bloodshed. Instead, it's an art form. It is a rite of passage almost to create a weapon that is magnificent. It's a piece of artwork. The way they do this is by heating the metal extremely high and then folding it over time after time after time again, creating these beautiful waves in the steel when it's eventually polished and drenched. And I think that's what we need to do. Because the Loshari also, when they would create these weapons, they're not just tied to using Loshari tactics. School of thought, and you might want to ask Shima this just so I'm not messing anything up. But, what was the thing I read? It was similar when an artist is creating a painting. They want to make sure that they have a lot of different colors. And so, whenever these Loshari are making these blades, they don't just tie themselves down to the way that Loshari makes steel. They take what's best of different cultures and they bring it all together to create these beautiful weapons, each one of them different from the last. And I don't see why we can't do the same for a new sword or a new suit of armor for you, Poe. And I am... I am absolutely excited to be able to do this.
Derek, I think that's an absolutely great idea. I love it. And Audio was able to give me this material, but I think we're going to have to make use of it pretty soon. It's a Chardolin. It's from the mountain peaks of Tarkir. It's not much, but I think it would really complement this idea.
Light blind me. Do you mind if I hold it?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, I'd always heard of Chardolin, but this is crazy to hold it. How do you want to use this? Do you want to add it to the blade? Add it to the armor?
I'm not exactly sure. I'm not familiar with the material. I don't know if it would make it sharper or if it would make armor stronger. But I think in my head I was thinking it'd make a good trim for the armor at least.
Oh, yeah, trim for sure. Or even, listen, there's a thing you can do with any type of iron or steel blades, where you can end up edging them with, some people like to edge them with silver in case they think they're going to be fighting some type of, lycanthrope or vampire. They try and get these silvered weapons to to hurt them more, actually cut through the skin. If you wanted to, we could do a Chardolin trim on the blade. Now, I don't know exactly what it would do, but I'd have to do something. I mean, that is crazy stuff you got there. Putting the trim on the armor, I'm sure it would do something pretty interesting as well. I think the possibilities are endless here. Oh, well, not endless. I guess there's only two, but I mean, you know what I mean. This is oh my gosh. Sorry. Whew.
No, I'm really excited. I'm just thinking about how excited my dad would have been about this as well. And I think he would agree. It'd be best on the blade.
All right. Well, let's do it, Poe. Let's I'm using Loshari tactics. I'm working with an Anoa, and I get to add Chardolin to a blade. This is a day for the history books, that's for sure. Alrighty, well, let's get started. No reason to dally.
No, definitely. Let's start. Let's do it.
Alrighty. Okay, so process beginning. All right. Since you have 4 weeks of downtime, if you really want to take your time working with Derek, I'd probably say it takes 2 weeks to, because right, you just want to add the lining to the blade, correct? And then create new pieces of armor?
Yep. That's the goal.
Okay, alrighty. So, what we have, what you get, we will get back to in a hot sec. But you do finish the blade, you do finish the armor. Since you are taking your time, there's no reason to make any skill checks, because working with a, expert mastersmith like Derek, and then you working with him, it's not difficult. It's just really time consuming. I would only require checks if you were trying to do it in like 2 days. That's where things get a little iffy. But okay, so with blade and armor. Yeah, it's really that, season 3 of Avatar with the the forging of the meteorite sword. That's really what you guys got going on right now. But we are going to leave Derek and Poe, and we are going to go now to Cecily and Dranor.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Actually, we're going to skip you because of that joke.
Oh, that'd be funny, but I know you're joking because you like me. All right,
and I'm joking because my name is Joe. See, I can do it too, Mark. All right.
Oh, man. You're right. All right, let's both stop. Truce.
Truce. All right. So, you and Master Janor eventually make your way to the top of the peak. Like I said, no skill checks necessary. Your guys aren't in a rush. Climb up, and you get your way to the top, and you are looking over a ledge, and to you, it just looks like a normal ledge, nothing really exciting happening, but Master Denora gets up there, and I would like to say he didn't fly up. He did climb up, same as you, taking large steps, taking his time, eventually making his way up to the top. He inhales and takes in the view. and you can see the entirety of Summersrest sprawled out, the cliffside descending down. You can see the hundreds of thousands of trees of the evergreen expanse that eventually blurs into this light blue horizon. An absolutely breathtaking, jaw-dropping sight for anyone except Cecily. Maybe a little bit, but it's not, yeah. Anyway, looking over, standing on the ledge, he says, "So, what do you think of the view?"
I don't know. A lot of trees, I guess.
I suppose so, yes. There are a lot of trees. What else do you see?
I mean, not a weave. That's why we came up here, right? That was a long walk, and I'm very hungry, and this better have been worth it. So what? Come on, let's go. What is this weave thing?
All right. You want to know so bad? Fine. What I need you to do is sit cross-legged on the ground.
Okay. Sure. And I will suspiciously do that.
All righty. So now what I need you to do. And he sits down in front of you, cross-legged. When you look at me, what do you see?
Dude who has more money than me?
All right. What else?
I don't know. Nice shirt. Tattoos on your face. A fucking nose. I don't know. You got one of those. What else? What am I supposed to be saying?
You tell me. I asked you the question.
Okay.
Tell me what you see that is beyond the surface.
I guess that well, I mean, I know that you're clearly really good at this shit. I can see that. I mean, I had someone tell me that, my age thing was never gonna get fixed, basically. I was fucked unless I found a master. So either she was stupid, or you're really good. So I guess I believe it.
All right.
I can see that.
Interesting. All right, let's move on from that. And you see him reach into a bag, and he pulls out what looks to be just a very rough-cut stone. About the size of maybe maybe about the size of a football. And he says, "Here." And he reaches it out towards you, still holding it. Place your hands atop mine.
Okay, if this is Ashima's most elaborate prank yet, I'm gonna be fucking impressed. And I'm gonna... yeah, okay, I'll go ahead and do the hand thing.
Alright, now what I need you to do, Cecily, is... There is a breathing technique that any and all of us who learn how to channel the weave, it is innate in us mastering our abilities. It's very simple, and I'm sure in times you've used it to calm yourself down, not knowing what it could channel inside of you. All you need to do is inhale, hold it, and then exhale.
Oh. Okay.
And all I want you to do is keep your eyes closed. Focus on the rock. And breathe. All right?
Okay, sure. I shall do the thing. I shall count to 5.
Okay. You breathe in, hold, exhale. And for the first 2 or 3, you don't really feel anything. And for a moment, you're about to give up, but right when you're about to give up, he says, "One more time." And you breathe in, hold, and you can feel warmth twinging your fingers. Exhale. And do it again. Hold and exhale. And you can feel that same warmth twinge your fingers again. And you do that about 2 or 3 more times, and you can feel the rock begin to lift out of your hands. And you open your eyes and you see that Draenor's not even holding the rock anymore. And as you continue to breathe in, hold it, and exhale, the rock is floating away from your hands. And you can see small parts of it disassembling, breaking, and beginning to float around one another. And as you continue to breathe, there is this conductive electricity from each stone, just darting back and forth and back and forth. And you can see Draenor looking with excitement and amazement at this, what you're doing. He says, "All right. Breathe in, hold it, exhale, and release your focus." And as you do so, the rocks clatter back together, reforming into that egg shape, and clunk, drop back onto the ground, motionless. And you can see him look down at the rock and look back up at you. "Cecily, you are extremely talented. I want you to know that right now. I have had many students before. Many, many, many. And I have only ever seen one student as talented, gifted as you are. So, you said you want to know how the weave works and what its purpose is. Well, I know that you spend much time with a Loshari monk, so I'm sure that you are used to things that make no sense. So, here I go." And he kind of turns away from you and looks out over the expanse. And he says, "There's something that all of us say, those of us who know how to channel the weave and push and pull on it. And the phrase takes many different forms, and some people say it without even knowing the meaning. Saying is, the wheel weaves as the weave wills. Because if you've ever been to a place where they make textiles, clothing, there's a loom that weaves things together, and that weave is what you wear. The clothes you have on were weaved together by a loom, and, well, in magic and with everything, it's not that different. Magic serves as the weave. Everything you can see is part of the weave. Everything from the smallest pebble on the ground to the greatest wizard in the world are all part of the weave. Because the weave isn't just magic, but it's history, it is existence. But then there is the wheel. The wheel is what creates the weave. The wheel is magic. The wheel is history. The wheel is you, it's me. The wheel is what creates the weave, and the weave is what gives the wheel its power to move.
It's a cycle. Every living creature, good or evil, smallest to largest, affects the weave. They all can push and pull, but there are some, those like you, those like me, and like all of my other students, who can exert energy and effort and change the weave. And that is what I plan to teach you how to do, Cecily. How to change the weave. So, I'm sure that you are thoroughly confused and none of that made sense, correct?
I got a couple questions.
I'm an open book.
Why did it happen to me?
That is a question that many people ask themselves when they first discover their ability. When you have the capabilities and you make that connection with the weave, it's typically in a very dark moment in your life. Sometimes it manifests itself in an element, or with fate changing. I remember when I first discovered that I had this ability to affect magic and fate and destiny. I was probably younger than you, maybe 10 or 12. I was living in a far-off land that, well, is not really the subject of discussion, as it's been wiped off any maps. And I remember having this man who would come to my mother's house every single day. He would yell and scream, and he would threaten her, he would threaten me, and I wished every night, I wished that he would go away. I wished that he would disappear. I wished that he would die because of what he did to me and what he did to my mother. I never did anything to him, personally. One day he was found washed up on shore. Lacerations all over his body, small slices. Bled out and drowned. Whoever murdered him must have been very angry. But I can tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt, I never did anything. I wished him dead, and he died. Since that point, I have spent my entire life working at deciphering what it meant, how I did it, and how I could use that for good. And what I decided was to help others. Find people like me who affected the weave and show them how to use it. So, to answer your question, Cecily, why you? The wheel weaves as the weave wills. The weave willed it, so the wheel weaved it. It was fate, it was destiny. The weave can't be changed now. I said I could take your power away, but I cannot. But it proved to me that you do want this. And you might not feel 100% sold on it now, but none of us ever are. None of us. Any of my students, they have their regrets. That won't go away. All it means is that you're human.
I think it should have been someone else.
Well, Cecily, that's not for you to decide.
What is, then? Do I pick anything? I don't think I've picked anything in my entire fucking life. I didn't pick this either. I didn't pick this fucking group I'm stuck with. Look. I mean, you got your speech you've probably said a few times, and I'm sure it's worked on some people, but I'm not good. I'm not gonna be able to do anything good with this. Because that's not who I am. So... Look, I only came here because... Well, I mean, I was running away, I guess. That's what I'm usually doing. But I came here because someone said that I might be able to find someone here, someone important to me. It doesn't matter who it is. But... You know, if I could just... If I could just choose one thing, honestly, it wouldn't be this weave shit. It wouldn't be this group I'm with. It would just be for the people in my life that are gone to not be gone. And if I can't do that, then I don't really see the point in any of this. I don't think I'm gonna be who anyone wants me to be.
If I can offer you one piece of comfort, there may come a time in your life when you are fed up. You are now. And you feel like you have no choice, no say in any matters at all in your life. So you choose to do something outlandish. You choose to do something rash, something that you think is in your best interests. And then it blows up in your face. I had a son. I had a student once who... He was more than anything I could have ever imagined. And I was forced, my hand was forced to do terrible things for him. And I have regretted it every day since then. And now I feel like I may never have an opportunity to right that wrong. So Cecily, if you wish to walk away right now and figure out this weave and figure out the wheel and magic all on your own, I do not blame you. In a world of fate and destiny, choice is the one thing people feel like they have none of. And if this gives you the power to feel like you've made your own choice, so be it. I would not blame you. And if you choose to diverge from me, I can't promise that you'll ever be able to find me again if you have more questions. But I wouldn't blame you if you decide to take that path. I leave the choice to you. We can descend down this cliffside and part our separate ways forever. Or you can continue learning. But either way, it's your choice, Cecily. I'm not forcing you to do one thing or the other.
What about just 2 days? I mean, can I just leave now and I don't know, sort some shit out, and then maybe find you again?
Very well. I cannot stay in Summersrest longer than a month and a half, perhaps. After that, I must depart.
Okay. Yeah, well, I just I don't know if we're gonna do this, but I'm gonna just go figure something out first. That's all.
Of course. And Cecily, whenever you and I are by our lonesome, you don't need to call me Drenor. I am a man haunted by his name. So whenever it is just you or I, or you, myself, and Sigrun, you may call me Imariel.
Okay. Sure. Imariel. Well, I don't have a second name, so you just stick to Cecily, I guess.
Very well. Just Cecily.
You know, everyone does the just.
It's a little
And
catchy.
I'll go ahead and descend this hill and go back to Bianca's house and be available for people to try to parent me for a while.
Okay, alrighty.
That's what anyone wishes to do.
What we'll go ahead and do is we will take a quick break here, 5 minutes, 5-minute break right here, and we will be back to hop to what has turned out with Desmond and Belvedere, Hubert and Bianca, and then Ashima, you'll be done with Rose, so I guess you'll be home about the same time that Cecily will be. Okay. But in the meantime, let us go ahead and take a break. Thank you all for watching right now, but we will be back, I promise. Alrighty, thank you so much. And, if you like it, follow, because we'll be back here a lot. I do 3 different campaigns every week. It's insane, but they're all really good, so do that. Okay, alright, now bye.
All right, we are. Oh no, I messed up the transition. Let's go back and do that over. Look at that. Hey, we're back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. So I just saw one sub and DM wears a Santa suit next game. Listen, if we get a tier 2 or tier 3 sub, I will do the full 9 yards. I will get the costume. I will get the beard coloring. I'll get the hair coloring. I'll wear the hat. I already started listening to Christmas music like 2 weeks ago, so I'm ready. I'm down. I'm DTS. I'm down to Santa, all right? Any day, okay? Kayla typing in the chat.
And just and because I just want to affirm, for our favorite person whose name rhymes with pain, I will do my best to get in a possum costume for you next week.
Which is also what he's causing you.
Whose name rhymes with pain.
I will also say one thing that I am going to start doing, probably with the Explorers of Afera on Friday, is I will be having a live interactive thing where pretty much you can donate bits, where bits are the things where you can cheer with. You can donate a certain amount of bits in order to give somebody advantage on a roll to cast Cure Wounds on somebody, right? So that way you as the audience can have some interaction with the game. Or if you're really cruel, you can give somebody disadvantage on a saving throw. Yeah. If you really want to make the players work for it.
To kill someone.
Yeah. Add some extra layers of craziness.
$50 to kill
my god. Can you imagine?
Or if somebody donates $1,000, you can give somebody wish. Just one wish. I don't think that's a thing unless. No? Okay, that's fine. Alrighty. So stupid. Alrighty. So clap. I think that we're ready to No, Shane. No. I was just kidding. No. God. You know how much I would never mind. I'm not even gonna joke about that because I would literally die.
We gotta sell ourselves out.
Subs for 1K. That would be, you know what the worst part about that would be? The channel would only get $500 because channels only get half of the sub. Oh, that reminds me, if anybody is watching and they have Amazon Prime, you can actually sub to the channel for free as long as your Twitch account is hooked up with your Amazon Prime account. You do get a free sub via Twitch with that. So if you have Amazon Prime, you have a Twitch account, I do. Well, when I'm a partner, when I'm averaging 75 viewers over 30 days, I can get better rates, exactly. But if you have an Amazon Prime account, hook it up to your Twitch account, you can actually sub to the channel for free for no extra cost to you, just based off of your Amazon Prime account. Counts as a tier 1 sub. And if anything, it helps the channel out. Like I said, any of the money that we get, as soon as I'm able to cash out that affiliate money, it will go towards improving the audio and video equipment for all of my different players first, putting them first. That way you can all hear their beautiful voices. I've got the webcam. I've got the burps. I've got the Yeti microphone. I got it. Instead, what I want to do is I want to help my players entertain you with cleanliness and clarity and cloistering. I couldn't think of another C word. Okay.
Give me the login information.
Get the what now?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think it's not crinkly enough. It's not working.
I got it, Connor.
Oh man, I know what you were doing. I get it.
Oh, there you go. That worked. That worked, Cameron.
Yeah. I could just eat the microphone. That'd make awful noises.
Oh, please don't.
Do we want that? Anyone?
No, I just said, Mark. I just said, please don't.
Yeah, if we listen very closely, we can hear the sounds, the ambiance of Mark's sigmoid colon. It sends through his body. All right, never mind. No, shut up.
I really hope you can't hear my sigmoid colon. Chat, let me know if you can hear my sigmoid colon. I will mute myself for all time.
I don't know what's happening.
Well, I'm saying if you eat it, you won't hear mine. I can guarantee that.
Okay. All right.
Surgery do.
Okay, all right. Let's waste no more time. We have a lot of D&D to get through. We have 4 weeks of downtime, and we've only done 5 days. This is going to be 4 sessions. I'm just kidding. No, we're going to finish it today. Whether I don't know. We're going to finish it somehow. Let me take a sip of water, and then we can start.
Well, technically, I finished mine, so.
What? You still have things to do.
I only have like.
No, I meant just I did it at the end of the week, but.
Yeah, you're doing some weird time jumping stuff. Reading that book a little too hard.
Hopping around.
It's astounding. All right.
The time war.
Now I'm sad.
Can I please have a cover of Felicity doing all of Rocky Horror Picture Show, but in that voice? Let's do.
Oh, I'll do it.
I think that.
Joe, have you heard Tenacious D's version yet?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Jack Black fucking cranks it up to 11 for that song.
It's
like
so good.
I've never. I better stop before I have an episode here, because oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Alrighty, snaps. Let's do it. After I drink water. I know I said that last time, but I mean it this time. All right, more water. So. Let me not yell at the audience. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, so last we well, let's pick up where we left off because we're not really last we left off. That's for the beginning. So I'm doing out my ears. I'm so sorry. I yelled. So here's what we have: our adventurers, the runaways. Like I said, official, not official yet. They have found themselves in Summersrest with some well-earned downtime and rest. So, with that, we can jump back in where we were. So we had just finished up with a very philosophical and moral conversation between Cecily and, well, who originally introduced himself as Dranor, but then told Cecily that he could call her, or that she could call him Dranor, or could call him Imariel. Ooh, names. But only when they were alone or Keeper Sigrun was with them. But around nobody else could she refer to him as Imariel. We also saw that Poe began to forge his blade with forge his blade and armor with Derek. Ashima began to train Rose in Loshari shadowboxing. Bianca made some discoveries with her blood hunter guide. Desmond started to make some headway with Belvedere. So, Desmond, we're going to jump to you as you are now tinkering and working with and starting to get a little bit of somewhere with Belvedere. And the two of you are having a good time over the course of 3 or 4 days as you come by for 4 or 5 hours at a time. He's just so excited. He's just so excited to see you every time. Somebody who actually like gives him hope. And he smiles at you every time. And now at the 4th day, as your training is starting to conclude and you're starting to really get a grasp of these alchemical ingredients and how to combine them and how to create these interesting, awesome things, you walk back into the area and he says, Desmond, I have found something that I think you might like. Please, come with me.
Okay.
So, over the past 4 or 5 days, we've been working together on refining poisons and different small explosives, but I think today you're ready to learn about the Siegebreaker fire.
Color me intrigued.
Yes, so it is a type of flame that is very dangerous, but not to flesh. Not to flesh at all. It is only dangerous to stone, metal, and wood. It's something that has been something I've wanted to achieve, and I've never had the extra pair of hands to do it. So if this is something we could do together, the first batch I would let you keep.
Well, let's do it.
Let's do it. Yes, all right.
So what I need from you, and he starts to listen.
Belvedere on the back.
Oh, ow, ow.
And he slaps you on the back, and that like bugbear strength kind of knocks the air out of you as Belvedere stands a good like 1.5 feet taller than you. Just most of the time he's kind of hunched over, and he says,
Oh, sorry.
Don't mention it. It's fine.
That reminds me of another thing that we have to make together. I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself, though. All right, let's do it.
And he starts naming off ingredients one after the other. You hand them to him, and you guys are like a well-oiled machine working together and crafting these things. And some of the ingredients you don't recognize, and he has to kind of say,
no. What we need is the beetle tiger venom from a Pharaoh. That's what we need. No, not that. Not that. If I mix that here with the white dragon blood, it'll probably level all of Summersrest. So probably best not to use that one. Tiger beetle venom is right there. Stop. There you go.
And so you kind of grab that one, bring it back over to him, and he begins to mix them together. You working together, taking very tedious. Well, I guess you're not taking notes. He's kind of taking notes next to him, and every once in a while he asks you to write something down. And there's a small moment where you pause, and he kind of looks at you and says,
"What's the matter? Do you?"
I don't know how.
Oh. Well,
sorry.
No. I feel so rude. I have been telling you to write things down and then writing things in your stead. And I just assumed it was because you weren't interested in the writing of things down. I thought that you were more of a mental learner. If you'd like, I could show you a little bit of writing. I'm not the best, but it's more my own script for keeping in mind alchemical ingredients.
Well, Bianca tried to teach me a while ago how to read, and it didn't really go very well. But I guess it couldn't hurt anything. I do think I am more of a hands-on image learner, though, but that's probably just because I don't know how to read. But
well, do not despair too much because, well, if you think about it, letters and words are just pictures. Really. They're not exciting pictures, but they're pictures.
I've never thought of it that way.
That's how I had to learn. In my clan when I was a young boy, they taught us how to, write in blood, and that wasn't exactly the nicest thing because it's not like we were writing out letters, we were just drawing lines with blood, and they would say that the others would know what we meant, and I didn't like that very much at all, so,
Well, it's kind of like Thieves' Cant almost then. Symbols and pictures and...
Yes, actually, I used to write down alchemical ingredients as my own cipher for Thieves' Cant and Common, a way so if anybody were to find my journal, they wouldn't be able to decipher it. What you might actually understand this. Think about it like that. Try and find the Thieves' Cant in it, and that might help a little bit.
Okay, let's give it a shot.
Okay, alrighty. So as you're now continuing on with the process, you're now trying to juggle learning two things: these alchemical ingredients and these letters and words at the same time. So, what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to go ahead and make 3 intelligence checks for me.
Okay. Oh, I made 4, my B.
That's okay. We'll take the first 3. Alrighty. So as you are going through, sort of writing down these notes, trying to do different things, looking at what he already has written and trying to copy them best you can, you're making pretty good headway with deciphering his writings, But then you get a little behind on helping him with the alchemical ingredients, and you start to get a little overwhelmed, but he pulls you off to the side and he says,
No, don't worry, Desmond. It's all right. You've got this. I believe in you.
as he scratches under his chin and kind of his nose wiggles a little bit as he sniffs and,
Oh, that's burning.
and the two of you get back to it, and you eventually refine out 3 vials of Siegebreaker fire. And you are not... If you were to pick up a book that is written in Common, you would probably have no idea what it says in it. But the journal that... the journal that Belvedere has, I mean, you can decipher it pretty well. There are a few things, a few words and phrases you don't exactly get, but for the most part, his journal makes sense.
Nice.
And he now has 3 vials of the Siegebreaker fire, and he says,
Well, we did it, Desmond.
I guess we did. That wasn't too bad.
No, you almost did destroy all of Summersrest, but yeah, that happens in alchemy.
It's fun. That's the fun part. The almost destroying everything. Keeps you on your toes.
You know what? If it's all right with you, Desmond.
And he kind of sets the 3 vials down on the ground and picks up his journal.
I think it would be best if I keep the vials and you take the journal.
So he hands you his journal, handing it out towards you.
I will take it in both hands and look very long and hard at it. Are you sure?
I've made a lot of discoveries about how to destroy things and how to hurt people and how to break things. But I don't want to do that anymore. You have shown me kindness and respect that I've never had before. And Desmond, I think that I want to make a new journal on how to fix people and how to help them. And that's because of you.
I don't know if lizards can cry or dragonborns can cry, but Desmond can. And I'm gonna well up a little bit, and I'm just gonna look at the book again, and then I'm just gonna wrap my arms around him and give him a hug.
Okay. So you hug him, squeeze, and as the one tear falls, Belvedere, he kind of grabs a small glass vial and scoops it up off the side of your eye, puts a little cork on it.
Listen, I know that might have ruined the moment a little bit, but these are very rare, you know. I've never experimented with one. I don't even know what they do. But it's special. Dragonborns tend to be emotionless creatures. They are patrons of the law or of evil. And they very rarely show emotion in this capacity. You're very special,
I'm not a normal
Desmond.
dragonborn.
See, look at that. We're on the same wavelength, I suppose. Well, here. Take it.
Thank you. I'm gonna do right by you, Belvedere. With this information and these techniques and everything, I can't promise I'm not gonna blow some stuff up, but it wouldn't be any fun if I didn't. But
no, it wouldn't.
I'm gonna do right by you.
And I'm going to
Thank
do
you.
right by you, Desmond. Well, I think, if it's all right with you, we should go for a walk.
I would love that. And I'll tuck the journal into my bag.
And you can see him kind of like hyping himself up, very, very, very nervous.
All right. Outside.
All right.
With people.
It's just like we talked about, just remain calm. Nobody's going to freak out, I promise. It's just going to be, it'll be nice, put yourself out there and be okay.
Okay.
I got your back.
And see him calm down just a little bit. Smile.
All right.
The two of you make your way up and out of the cellar and begin to make your way around Summersrest. And at first there are some longing, confused glances of a bugbear with a dragonborn, not really realizing who Belvedere is. But then people start to approach you. No, not very many, just a few people who thank you for what you've done. And they look to Belvedere, and there's one elderly man who says,
hello, Master Dragonborn. I don't mean to bother you at all, but,
looking to Belvedere,
I just wanted to thank you for what you've done for Summersrest. I can't tell you the amount of times that Selrid fellow came to my store and, well, took the money from me, and I thought that, it was all normal, but I guess not.
Well, it was absolutely not a problem. That's, to be completely honest, I really enjoyed getting rid of that guy. But I'm going to kind of nudge Belvedere forward. My friend Belvedere here actually deserves just as much thanks as any of us. He's a little bit new to Summersrest, out and about, so I'm taking him around and introducing him to a couple folks, so getting him acquainted with the city.
Belvedere kind of gives a shy wave, doesn't really say anything, just kind of like grunting and looking around nervously. And the old man kind of looks at him and says,
so you helped Desmond here and all of this?
Belvedere,
well, I suppose,
Don't be shy. I'm going to pat him on the back again.
and he kind of stands up straight now. Like I said, quite a bit taller than this old man. He says, the old man kind of,
oh, I didn't realize you were so tall. Yes,
and he kind of straightens out his little tunic and tabard and kind of,
yes, I had helped Desmond with escaping from Selrid. Selrid was doing some quite terrible things, and I knew that he needed to be brought to justice. It was too long he had been in charge, and it wasn't right.
The old man kind of gives him a long stare.
Well, it's good to know that somebody was willing to put him in his place. A friend of Master Desmond here will be a friend of mine. So, you said his name was Belvedere? Yes, my name is Belvedere. Well, thank you for your service, Belvedere. Have a nice day.
Belvedere the Brave. That's what I like to call him.
Oh, Belvedere the Brave. Oh, I guess it does take a lot of bravery standing up to a pompous fool like him. Well, Belvedere the Brave, it's an honor. Thank you once again, Master Desmond. Well, have a good rest of your day, Desmond and Belvedere the Brave. It's like a story, it does.
The old man kind of chitters and then walks away. And Belvedere, you can see him kind of standing there a little stunned with like a little bit of a smirk on his face.
Belvedere the Brave.
It's got a really good ring to it, doesn't it? Not as good as the Bronze Shib, that's my nickname. Not quite that good. But
No, it is not quite that good, but it's close. Belvedere the Brave. And the Bronze Shiv.
Maybe it should be a book. Hubert!
Shout out. Desmond!
Write me a book called Belvedere the Brave and the Bronze Shiv.
What's it supposed to be about?
You'll figure it out. Don't worry about it.
So just anything I want?
Yeah, just write whatever you want.
Okay. You know, I'm really more into historical fiction, but I guess this is fine. All right. Wait, aren't you the Bronze Shiv?
Yeah, and he's Belvedere the Brave.
Who is? Where are you? Here, wait, just
Who knows? Let's just end of bit.
This wasn't
I'm
a
done
pity.
with that.
He was in the market.
Was he? Oh,
Yeah.
I was like, am I high?
No, I was
What is
supposed to
happening?
do. Okay, well, I'm gonna go. We don't have to roleplay this, but I'm gonna go introduce Belvedere to Hubert.
Okay. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
All right, that's enough. So they introduce, they start talking, and they you know, it's an odd combination, a turtle and a bugbear, but they are kindred spirits of a sort, and you can see them kind of take off in a sense. But eventually, Hubert heads back to Spook Manor, and you two begin to just continue your walk around town. So at about that point, near the end of week 1, middle part of week 2, Bianca, you actually end up passing Desmond and Belvedere walking along as you are on your search for Hubert.
Okay. Is everything good?
Yeah, they're just walking along.
Well, he didn't say hi back. He just sat there eating his food.
I was waiting. Sorry, that's why I didn't say anything.
Okay.
Hi, Bianca.
They got market snacks.
There we go.
Yeah, they
Okay.
do.
I got my hello. I'm good. Going to Hubert.
Okay, all right. So you wave, and you see him
I
standing
will
next to
introduce
the...
Belvedere also if they haven't met.
I don't think so. Hello.
Hello.
Bianca, this is Belvedere. Belvedere saved my life. Belvedere, this is Bianca. Bianca's also saved my life, so.
Well, it's
Well, we got a lot
very...
in common then.
We do. Our names also both start with B.
And you both
And wait.
do alchemy things.
Yeah.
Oh, you
Wow,
do?
we're like the same. Yeah, I do. It's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool.
Oh,
Well, we-
Bianca, I'm gonna take out a vial of like poison or something that we made. Look what I made! I made this.
Ooh, that's really complex. You did that with his help or
Well,
all by yourself?
With Belvedere's help.
Okay,
but,
because I'm like, if you just came up with that, incredible.
No. I had a good teacher, but I just thought you would appreciate it. So.
You see the red-skinned bugbear kind of blush a little bit.
Oh.
Well, good job. All right, I'm gonna
thank you.
continue to go look for Hubert then.
Bye, Bianca.
Bye.
Oh, Hubert's over there. I just saw him.
Oh, great, thank you.
Oh, yes, the turtle, yes. It's nice meeting you, Bianca.
Nice meeting you.
Okay, all right. So you head past those two, and eventually you see Hubert just kind of slowly making his way back to Spook Manor. Hasn't even crossed the bridge yet. Just kind of walking along. He's got a small like satchel off to his side.
I'm gonna come up behind him and just be like, "Hey, how are you?" Oh, sorry,
hello.
I didn't mean to scare you.
Oh no, you're fine. I just startle easily. That's all. I'm good. How are you, Bianca?
Not too bad. Glad there's some downtime finally. Some craziness.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
so remember, like, I don't even remember how long ago that game we played.
Kingdoms and Castles. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I couldn't remember the name of it. I just remembered having a great time playing it, and I was wondering like where one would buy like cards for that game, and maybe if you would like want to help me continue to learn, and maybe we could like play it again or something. I don't know. I just had such a good time, and I would love to get into it.
Bianca, I'm going to stop you right there because you have made me the happiest turtle in Bella Clara. Let's go to Spook Manor. I've got some things I want to show you.
Okay. This is
Dreams
awesome.
do come
Okay,
true.
I'm so excited.
Makes his way across the bridge. He's definitely moving a little faster now as you guys eventually make your way across the bridge, through the gate, and into Spook Manor. You can see Gren kind of... and Doc currently in the kitchen. They're just kind of, making some biscuits or something,
They really got into cooking.
They did indeed, Cooking is an art, and, all that stuff. The two of them say,
well, hello, Bianca, it's so good to see you.
and Hubert's already, gone past.
I guess we can catch up later.
And Doc sort of
Oh,
peeks around the
great. Nice
corner.
to see you guys too.
Bianca.
Goes back around the corner.
I,
Alrighty, and so you make your way back towards the sort of central living room area with Hubert. So stupid. Okay. And you can see him take out a small leather-bound box, sets it down on the table. He clicks it open, and he takes out a small wood case, sets it down very, very precisely. Takes out another small wood case, sets it down next to that one, shuts the leather box, takes the leather box, sets it back on the ground. The two wooden cases, he slides one your way, slides one towards him. And he slides off a lid off of the wooden box at the same time, both boxes at the same time. Takes the two lids,
oh, wow.
sets them down on top of the leather box. And you can see that there's a stack of cards in each one. And he says, all right, don't touch those yet. There are a few things that I want to re-explain. All right? He's so serious right now.
She feels the intensity.
This game is not just a game, all right? This game is life and death. When you pick up that deck, you are picking up the lives of hundreds of thousands of people who live in a kingdom, all right? So when you play this game, you can't think that, it's just a card game that's just for fun, because it is fun. But you need to become the ruler of this kingdom. And the heroes you need to create and summon and that fight for your kingdom, you need to make sure that their allegiance is true, and you need to make sure that you have the resources to maintain them, okay?
Right.
All right. So, how the game works is there are 15 different kingdoms that you can build decks around. Now, I don't have the time to go through all 15 of the kingdoms. I only have 2 full decks with me right now. I have the kingdom of Bella Clara, and I have the kingdom of the Council of Yggdrasil. Those are the only 2 that I have. Alrighty. So, each kingdom has specific things that they need to keep in mind. The kingdom of Bella Clara is a plutocracy, so everything revolves around the money that they can bring in. The kingdom of the Council of Yggdrasil, they are a faith-based kingdom, so it depends on how much faith they can bring in, regardless of food and gold. And he continues to go on explaining the mechanics, and these are all things that you had already learned before, but he's sort of re-explaining them so that way you can get a better idea and a better understanding of the mechanics so you can really start to strategize. And he explains the mechanics, finishes explaining that, and then he says, so, obviously you'll have basic units that you can employ anytime to defend your lands. But here's where the fun part comes in. There are hero cards. Now, any of these other ones, the cavalry and the anything else, they are not very expensive at all. You can maybe pick up, any of those for just a few copper pieces to sort of fill your deck out. The kingdom cards and the hero cards are the most expensive. There are heroes ranging from, like I've talked about Arlf and Arlson before. He's there. There are heroes like there were those in a few in Calderaz, and any of the national world leaders currently are also there as well. So one of the decks that I really, really want to build is around the dwarves of Craghammer. But sadly, I haven't been able to find the leader card, which sucks. But still, so I haven't been able to find that because the only store in Bella Clara is in the Giant's Bridge.
Okay.
So, just so you know.
We should probably take a trip there.
I'm going to go ahead and move you to the Bella Clara map real quick just so you can see. Giant's
I think
Bridge
I remember where that is.
is right here. It's the bridge over the thing that looks like a giant's footstep.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's not horribly far, but I'd travel.
It's a bit of a jaunt. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, it's farther than I remember. Yeah.
So he says, so that's the only card shop in Bella Clara. I was able to stop there on my way from the Old Kingdom, but that was really it. So that's the only place you can get cards in Bella Clara. But they have a huge selection in there. Anyway, your kingdoms are important, your heroes are important. The rest of it doesn't really matter. It's all resource management. But each hero has specific abilities that they can trigger, and some heroes have synergies with other kingdoms. So, like, if you were, and different kingdoms have different types. So you could either be Tarkir under Queen Elizabeth Omen, or you could be Tarkir under King Omen, right? It really just kind of depends, and they have different things. But if you were to choose King Omen, and you were to happen to find, and it's super rare, and it's like super expensive if you do find it, but if you were to find any of the Intrepids, oh, well, the synergies between that king and that kingdom and those heroes are crazy. And it's pretty much an automatic win if you can get them all on the board at the same time. Just depends. So, to spare myself from describing the rest of this game that I've about halfway invented.
Yeah. Right.
He finally finishes explaining the different things and talking about some of the different hero cards you can find. And he explains the different hero cards in your deck. And like I said, the Council of Yggdrasil being a faith-based nation. So your entire premise with that deck is trying to build as many shrines to the 4 primordial deities of earth, air, wind, and fire. Earth, air, water, and fire. And using that to sort of create your units and defend your kingdom and eventually win. So you eventually do go through the game and you play quite a bit for quite a while. And you really get the hang of it, where there is about 3 out of the 5 games that you play where you beat Hubert. And anytime you beat him, he goes, well, okay, well, I've been spending a lot more time with that deck. I haven't played the Bella Clara deck in so long. So it's like really,
Right, yeah. It's okay. I didn't have any training with these, but yeah.
Yeah, you didn't. No, yeah, you're good. You're good. I mean, if you ever wanted to, there's actually a tournament in Belka every year. I think right around Winter's Crest, actually. So if you're in Belka, come winter night, yeah, you should.
Maybe we'll have to take a stop there while stopping through the Giant's Bridge. That'd be fun.
Yeah, no, it would be. Well, the thing is, I signed up to help Gren with all of this stuff, so I don't think I'm not going to be able to go by that time. But
oh yeah, but I can send you some cards. Like if I stop there, also if I find something super rare that I know you want, I'll send it to you.
Okay, all right. I'm not. You don't have to, but if you happen to find either a Choksada card or a Mother of Mountains card, and you happen to buy it and you happen to send it to me, I wouldn't be mad.
Keep that in mind, okay?
Okay. But listen, if you're gonna go and you're gonna go to the store and you might end up going to the tournament, well, it seems like you do pretty well with that deck. So as much as I like it, I don't know. I'd rather it see the world than be trapped in Summersrest. So,
Oh, but if you're going to want to be best at this deck, you should have it.
no, I've been neglecting the Bella Clara deck for too long. I mean, for being a native from here, I really should I should play it a little more.
Well,
Maybe
if you
you could
ever want
teach.
it back.
Oh, of course. But maybe you could teach Cecily about that deck. Maybe she'd be more interested if it was about, like her own people.
Maybe, yeah. Huh, good idea.
All right. Well, okay. How about this? One more game, and whoever wins, well, whoever loses, the loser has to buy the other person lemon tarts.
Sounds like a deal.
All right. Okay. I'd like you to roll a d20 for me.
Okay.
Go ahead and make it an intelligence check.
Oh, okay. Where are you, intelligence? Why can't I find you? There we go. Oh, hey. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it is. So he is focusing so hard. Okay, no, I need to keep my troops in the reserve. Oh no, I forgot to sell off my excess grains. No. Oh, well, now that means that
Gotta think like a Bella Clarin. Come on.
Oh, and from that point on, the match is just a sweep in your favor, and you demolish the nation of Bella Clara, and Hubert is devastated. All right, let's go get those lemon tarts.
Alrighty. Sweet victory.
Okay, very cool. Well, two of you head off to get lemon tarts. And
yeah, let's go.
At that point, we are going to jump back to Ashima. And at this point, Ashima, you're getting back from maybe your third or fourth time training with Rose back to Bianca's. And you can see that Cecily's just kind of meandering around the house, not really doing anything, just kind of like staring at the walls, just moving from room to room.
Scratching, pacing.
You must be particularly itchy today.
Yeah. So, do you know if anyone's gonna be back for a bit?
I cannot honestly tell you.
Okay.
Training. And my student is putting me through my paces. It's been good for both of us, as I suspected.
Everybody's
But
learning
you.
shit. I feel like everyone's been learning shit this past week. I feel like I might as well get on it just so I'm not left out. Jeez.
Have you not learned anything?
I don't know if I've ever learned anything, really.
It sounds like you've learned something, a truth that would be easier to have not known.
Okay. Look. I'm gonna ask you a question. But if you start saying weird shit and you start telling me some sort of lesson or like some story about a fucking frog or like a man baking bread and the bread is like a metaphor for his mom or something, like if you even start, I'm leaving. That's it. You're not seeing me again.
I swear to answer candidly with no metaphor.
Okay. I'm might have to get taught by that master guy. Showed up a few days ago. He seems to know what he's talking about. And he had me hold a rock, and then the rock did a... Whatever, that's not important. I just...
Rocks.
I guess the thing I'm wondering about is... Do you think when the festival comes around, and if we win, and we're split up, what's everyone gonna do? You know, we just gonna... I mean, split up probably, but I don't know. Have you heard any plans?
No, I have not. I only know my own.
Okay.
I promised not to answer with metaphor.
Yeah, you better
It's
fucking
very
stick to it.
It's very easy for me to make decisions, because when you have no earthly ties, you're not worried about leaving anything behind. You only become excited about the new things that come. And so my plan is to, as I said before, back when I cut my hair, which has grown back surprisingly fast, I'll need to get on that again, is to stick with you all, if you'll allow me.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I don't really have possessions either.
But the decision still isn't easy to make, is it?
Look, I don't like that we got stuck together. It was kind of terrible. But, I mean, if I'm stuck with this shit, I mean, if I have to be the lightning girl now who grows tails on accident once in a while, then I guess that's me. And as long as I'm that, I guess I should be doing something to help people, but I don't know. Like, everyone keeps telling me I'm supposed to be some good person, and I'm like, have you met me?
Will you allow me to talk to you for one moment as Shima Peregrine, and not as some master of any sort?
I'd prefer that, actually.
Ha, groovy, man, groovy. That's pretty chill, dude.
What the fuck just happened to you?
You may have noticed my speech change. Yes, I grew up in the Pilgrims district of Wukome City. That's how many people in the city talk. You can imagine why I've distanced myself from such vernacular.
Yeah. Okay,
when I
so...
was 5, only 5 years old, I was, perhaps 4 years, get kind of confused that early. That's the environment I grew up in. Parents who were always trying some new fad or substance to bring them enlightenment. It's a very popular thing in Ukome City. The pilgrims show up looking for spiritual enlightenment. Not a very good place for a child to be raised. You go often hungry, since your parents have forgotten about you. And I thought very much like you. Until the monks took me in. And I had very similar thoughts. And that I was young and didn't know where I was or what my place was or where I should even be going. And so, every once in a while, I had a old man who, well, he didn't speak to me in riddles. He did not speak to me at all. And he would sit with me every day and listen to whatever I did. He would watch me play. I was very young. And I would ask other monks, who is this old man who sits here and stares at me? And one day, I asked him, I screamed in his face, I said, who are you? And he handed me a note. It was taken from a book. I was just learning how to read. And that was, as you met him, my master. Still didn't speak back then either. And on that page, he gave me some words that made me know exactly what to do. Didn't influence me in any way, but it let me know what to do, and I'll share those words with you now. Tsushima Peregrine, not Tongwu or anything else. He said on that paper, I enjoy your company. You are safe. You are enough. I will make sure nothing bad happens to you. Didn't coddle me, didn't say he loved me, didn't put me in a fancy tunic or anything, but just said those things. I'd like to say the same to you, Cecily. I enjoy your company. You are enough, and you are safe here. And that is all. No metaphors.
Okay.
I'll give you some time.
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Don't think about the right or wrong decision. There is only your decision. And I'll go ahead and take my leave.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Cecily, as you are left to reflect on those thoughts, real quick, before Poe needs to dart off, we're going to jump back to him so he can finish his project with Derek at the Forge. Bless you. So.
Thanks.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, buddy boy. Alrighty. So, what we have, Powasa Inoa, is after about 2 weeks of tedious hard work of you melting and then bending and then folding and then melting and then bending and then folding over and over and over again until you have probably 3,000 folds in this one sword. You then begin the refinement process, the flattening of steel, the dragging out, the refining of edges, the quenching in oil over and over and over again, until eventually you get to the point where you can now add the layer of Chardonnay to the edges of the blade. So now this is a very difficult
very strenuous process for you and Derek both. So what I would like you to do is I would like you to make 2 blacksmithing tools, each with advantage.
All right, one sec. Smith's tools.
Smith's tools, yep. Go ahead and make 2 checks, both with advantage.
Is that how you do it?
Should have maybe like
Wait,
a little...
I see it's right here.
All right, cool. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, alrighty. Cool. Very good. So, as you are working with him, the first half of actually refining and then creating the shape of the lining of the blade goes pretty well. As you end up creating these little divots in the side of the blade in order to flatten out and refine it and then sharpen it. So that way there is that edge of the material. However, in the second half, in the actual application, you do run into a few difficulties that, if not for the quick thinking on your end of making sure that beforehand, because of the type of material this is, quenching the blade, although it might be deadly to the steel, quenching it in ice cold water as opposed to oil actually ended up saving the day, because you could see the material beginning to fracture and almost break in this sort of last moment as you were applying it. Last moment quenching it in the cold material and then in the oil, and then going to sharpen and press through with those final applications. You do eventually apply the blade and apply the edging to the blade. So, as you ready your hammer to place the final few strikes, being the Anoa Smith that you are, you have a choice before you. This is something that Poe is doing unconscious, but for you, it is a conscious decision as Evan the player, okay? So, Poe could either hit the sword right now and cause a more substantial damage boost to his blade, but there's a chance that it could wear off and then need to be recharged. Or thank you for the cheer, that's one for that. Or he could choose to do a smaller damage boost that never goes away. So that means you could either have it be so you get an extra 1d6 of cold damage on your sword, but after 5 successful hits, that wears off and it needs to be recharged. That needs to either be, you either need to be somewhere cold, or you need to have somebody cast some type of cold spell channeled into the blade without breaking it. Or you could do a very small, just 1 point of cold damage on your attacks that never goes away. It is just 1 static boost of cold damage.
I like some of the roleplay aspects of having to recharge it, so I think that's the one I'm going to go with.
Okay, alrighty. So that's something you'll have to keep track of to make sure that every 5 successful hits, ice damage goes away.
Okay.
Okay, alrighty. So you refine your weapon out using the magical materials given to you by Anayaya, and eventually it is done. And as you wield it, you can see these small flecks of snow sort of floating off in the bright fall sunlight. And as you slice, it has this crispy noise on top of every slash. And the blade that you've made is a real beauty, where the folding of the steel causes these beautiful interlaced waves in the steel, especially when it's polished and freshened. It makes it seem like they are waves crashing into an icy shore. And you and Derek both sort of look down at the blade and look to each other, and he is just in disbelief. So, does it have a name?
Oh no. Joe, no. Why'd you put me in this?
Listen, Poe, all I'm saying is every good sword has a name.
Oh my gosh. I already used my really cool ice sword name in another campaign, so I can't use it here.
Man, if you wouldn't have said anything, you definitely could have.
Yo, that's not a rule. You can
You know, anything you can say
do
we're
this.
gonna do.
It's King it's King Wyatt's sword, so I can't use it.
Unless Poe's a history buff.
Whatever. This is going to be my parallel to I guess something like the red wines. I'm going to name it Shiver.
Alrighty. So, you say it, and Derek looks at you, nods. It's a good name. Shiver. You know, it's kind of a double entendre there because, you know, granted you don't do much shiving with a longsword, but still poke him. It kind of works. And regardless, it's a great name for a great sword, Poe.
I just can't believe we made it. I've never made anything like this before.
No, me neither. And you know what? I think this might be the only sword that I ever make like this, but I can guarantee you this is not the last thing you'll make like this.
Well, hopefully I can return and we can make something else. I really appreciate the help with this. Very much, Derek. It reminds me of my time with my dad, but honestly, he'd be amazed if he could see what we just made.
Well, I'm sure someday soon you'll be able to take it back and show it to him.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, well, the armor should only take us a day to make, now that we've made this thing.
Yeah. Well, I'm not ready to stop if you're not.
All right, let's keep going. Oh, these old bones aren't ready to quit yet. Alrighty, so the two of you make your armor, and it is easy peasy compared to the sword that you just made. Nothing too special about it magically or enchantment otherwise. However, it is very well made, made with very fine materials, and using some of the same tactics with used from the blade, using the different styles of the Loshari and then of the Anoa. I mean, you create this armor that is constant. It just looks like crashing waves with how the steel has been folded and then shaped. So, you finish the armor. It's now nighttime, end of the second week. Derek looks at you, and as you're getting ready to head out, packing up your supplies, grabbing your sword and your new armor, he says, Poe, I just wanted to say, not even related to the blade. This was a great thing that I was able to help you do, but thank you for everything. When Thomas first ran away, I didn't know what I would do. He was my only son, my only kid. And I didn't know if I would ever be able to find peace in that. But you, at Light Blind Me and Anoa, comes to my doorstep, and you make this silly little statue for a man who just hours before yelled at you and told you to leave and never come back. I know that most Anoas are famous because of the great deeds that they accomplish, the things that they do, the monsters they slay, but that is a true hero, Poe. You showed empathy and care to someone who didn't deserve it. And I cannot be more grateful to you for that.
Derek, there's a lot of things I can say, especially about that mission. It was it was one of the first where I really thought we were going to do something great as a group, and as an Anoa, I thought it would be my first victory, but bringing back Thomas's body was one of the hardest things I've ever done in my life. And the pain that you felt was just, and it made me think of my own father and what he may think if I showed up, if someone showed up and gave him that kind of news. And it's because of Thomas that I know that if I'm going to be in Anoa, I can never fail a mission like that again. And it's kind of my cornerstone right now. So thank you for the words. It seriously means a lot to me, but I'll forever be so sorry that I could not bring your son back.
Poe, don't blame yourself. Don't. I loved my son, but he was as bull-headed as they come. You truly have something in you to be great. You should never forget that moment. But please don't blame yourself. Please.
He's gonna just give a nod to Derek and I guess just kind of turn away silently and start to be on his way, I guess.
Okay. Alrighty. So you head off back towards Bianca's home, middle of the night, armor on your shoulder, new sword, and its hilt by your side. Head back. And we'll say this is at the end of week 2, right? All of you have had some conversation, some dealing with. Bianca, you're just starting to make progress on your sword. And all of you now are reunited back at the house. So I don't know if any of you want to take a moment to talk to one another, check up how the 2-week process is going, or if you just want to keep going with the rest of the other 2 weeks.
Well, I know that at some point soon, Cecily's going to go ahead and make the decision to go find the master again.
Okay. Okay, so you guys didn't want to check up on each other at the end of week 2?
Yeah, probably with everybody just kind of like see how everyone's doing.
Let's have a family dinner.
The other thing, Bianca. Yeah. Oh my gosh, let's have dinner.
Yeah. Yes. Motif. Let's do it again.
But Bianca kind of wanted to, like, without directly asking, like, get people's vibe of, like, if we get out of the contract, are people sticking around or wanting to stay together? I don't know how to do that subtly, though. So Bianca probably, while making dinner, will just, like, when she runs into somebody, like from time to time, is just like, so what are you gonna do after we're out of the contract? Maybe, possibly, I don't know. Yeah.
What are you gonna do after you graduate? Oh.
What's your 5-year plan?
Oh man. Oh god.
Just
Never
kinda, like,
make that noise again,
Try
whoever did that.
and make it.
Sorry.
Whenever it's like when somebody's trying to like ask a deep question but make it sound like it's not deep and just be trying to be casual about it, but honestly it's just like worried and curious what everyone's gonna do if we get out of the
Oh
contract.
god. Yeah. My coworker the other
you
day.
guys
You ever
like,
feel like you don't belong here? Jesus, dude.
Oh gosh.
What am I supposed to say?
She's probably mostly curious about the 3 youngest because she can ask Tashima a little bit more directly and he'll say just his answer. But the other 3, she's not sure if it's like a sensitive topic or not. What is that hook? Evan, what happened?
Did Evan leave?
He said I'm still here just blowing my nose. I guess that's his nose.
It looks like
But what is that?
looks like.
it's like chili. It's like the chili sign, you know?
Oh yeah.
A little bit. What?
Oh, it's growing.
What is happening?
God, it's the VHS tape.
The numbers, Mason. What do they mean? Oh god, what is
Samara's gonna come out of my laptop.
Evan, where are we?
Oh, that's his computer.
Gigabyte.
I recognize Gigabyte.
I got the
That
same
is-
thing in
Okay.
mind. I
Why
think I
are
actually
we
have that
on
exact
this
same
trip?
graphics card.
I think that
Evan, what are you doing?
I am back.
Taking us
I
on
just
a tour.
I've been moving my camera when I'm a mess actually.
It's like an Epcot. It's like an Epcot ride.
Okay, so.
So what
Bless
are you making for dinner, Bianca?
Oh, why don't you come on over here and I'll show you.
Okay.
And then while she serves you some mashed potatoes.
Ooh. Mashed potatoes.
So we got some mashed potatoes, we got some chicken, and I don't know what you want to do with the rest of your life, but what do you want to do?
That's kind of a loaded question, isn't it?
I know, I just don't know how else to ask it. I don't know. If you get out of the contract, are you wanting to go do something? I don't know. Do you have like an agenda? I don't know.
Well, I don't really have a home. So it's not like I have anywhere to go back to. I'm not going back to Waters Wake, I can sure as hell tell you that. And honestly, as much as being contractually obligated to Brennan sucks, this has been nice. I don't know. I wouldn't mind going around the world, even if not just the world. I mean, there's so much that I haven't seen. Like, I've seen like 0.2% of the entire world, probably even less than that. But
Yeah, probably. If you've only been to Waters Wake in here.
a couple other places.
Well, I don't know if you've noticed, but I've been kind of packing up my shop a little bit, getting rid of things, and I think I'm ready to move on from here. And I don't know, I've enjoyed my time with you guys, and I know everyone's got their own lives to live, and being stuck in a contract isn't part of everyone's life goals or plans, but I don't know, even if we get out of the contract, I'd be happy to travel with everybody. I just kind of wanted to like see what everyone's plans were, if they had any.
Yeah, no, I know it's kind of ridiculous and a little immature maybe, but I like the fighting. I like the adventuring. I just,
Ridiculous and immature if you do it well, which I think we work well together.
I think so too. And I don't think I can't have like a normal life. I don't think that would suit me. So, I mean, if everyone decides that they want to leave, it's what they want to do, but I know I don't really have many other friends, and like I said, I don't have a place to go home to, so I'll stick with everyone if they want to stick together.
Yeah. I technically have a home and friends, but it's not necessarily a place I want to live forever, so I'm on board too.
Desmond has been eating mashed potatoes out of the pot this entire time.
Okay, you keep enjoying those mashed potatoes, and then she's gonna like slide on over to Poe, wherever Poe is, and hand him potatoes and chicken.
There's not many potatoes left.
No, there's not. So whatever she scooped. So here's dinner. I know you had a long day. Nice sword, by the way. Also, are you taking that sword anywhere interesting after our contract's up? Are you traveling alone? Like, what's the vibe here?
Oh, I thought... I don't know, maybe I was a little naive, but I guess I was under the impression that we would all still continue traveling together.
Okay, so you want to stick around too? I wasn't sure if you had your dad.
Does somebody not want to?
No, I totally do. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, I figured after this tournament and stuff, I don't know. I thought people were really into it, so. And I know you guys all have your goals, and you've all been pretty open about it, so. Well, we all just work well together, and I think that I know that would help me, especially for whatever journey I'm on right now, so.
Well, Desmond and I think the same way, so that's great. I think everyone's kind of in. And then, I don't know where everyone else is, but she's going to take a plate of chicken, probably, if the potatoes are all gone, to the other two. Be like, hey, well, here's dinner. Okay. Here's dinner. Desmond ate all the potatoes, because I guess they're really good. Also, what do you
not really... sorry about it.
No.
I know you're not sorry about it.
Okay. I can always make more potatoes.
Yeah, no, it's
Oh
fine.
my
Not your
gosh,
fault.
I'm so sorry. I will make you some green beans right now. How did I space on that?
It is all right. Not necessary.
Okay, I'm gonna start making green beans right now. And in midst of green bean baking, I'm gonna be like, so everyone seems to be kind of down with sticking around, even if we're not in a contract. I don't know what you guys are thinking, but we like to have you around too.
Nobody is very quiet. This has been very... heard all of this unfold from here.
I know.
It's made me very happy.
My shop's not very big.
As I said before, I'm committed to sticking with you all. And that is all.
You know, honestly, Ashima, the worst part of your life is that you can't have this chicken right now. God. And I'm just gonna tuck the fuck into this chicken and dodge the question. I'm sitting in the corner.
I'm glad you like the chicken, Cecily.
Well, good shit.
Cecily, Poe pipes up and he says, hey, do you mind if you share some of that chicken? Can I have some, please? Or, never mind.
Alright, fine. I'm gonna toss a couple of, like, shreds at the back of his head. Go. Eat.
All right.
Be merry. Have fun.
Well, while you're throwing food, do you also want to throw some answers to the questions that you dodged?
Okay. Well, look. My other options are the street, which I could do. I'm tired of.
You have the money.
I could be in an orphanage again, but I'm kind of tired of trusting people that are supposed to look out for me, so... Look, I don't know, fuck it. I mean, Poe, you've got a mission. Bianca, you're lonely. Mishima, you want to teach us stuff. Desmond wouldn't make it on his own. I guess we're stuck. You know, I guess we're just all stuck together.
Hey, wait a minute. No, that's
Desmond, I think we gotta face facts here. I think.
what facts?
Cecily.
I'm half dragon. I'd be fine.
Cecily. Oh, what about that cult, Desmond?
Fuck. I forgot about that.
As you know, I can't hold on to the all the gold that Gren paid us, nor all the gold that we might win in the tourney, nor the gold that Ruis paid us. It's all yours. You're not stuck. You can leave at any time.
In fact, it's encouraged.
I wouldn't say that.
No, yeah, I wouldn't say that either. I mean, unless your dear sick brother needs your help in Water's Wake.
Now, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. That money is yours. You could buy a small home and never go hungry again.
I hear Bianca's selling this place.
No, I don't want this
never
town.
Need to go to an orphanage. And you could travel. You wouldn't need us at all. But if you make a decision, as I said before, it should be your decision, not one of convenience, not one because you are stuck, but because you will it. You said you were never able to make a choice. You never choose anything. You have one. Perhaps for the first time.
Yeah, look, I mean... I kinda had money for a while there. Place I was at. You know, I thought things would be better if I at least had a roof and food and a reliable bathtub. I mean, God, yeah. That was one of the best parts. But I don't know. Money wasn't worth it because I was living with a piece of shit. I don't know if having the money really does anything. Well, alright, look. I can't go back to Water's Wake. And I don't want to stay here. This place is bullshit. So... if we get out of this thing, let's just go somewhere where there's not rich assholes living on top of miners. Can we go somewhere like that?
That sounds acceptable to me.
Alright then. Well, as long as we're stuck, or I'm choosing to be stuck,
There you are.
then I'm gonna go take care of something. Okay, bye. I'm gonna grab some of the chicken I gave to Poe as I run out the door. And
All right.
just real quick, I'm gonna find the master wherever he is, and I'm just gonna ask him, alright, where do we start? And then just assume that I have spent the next 2 weeks learning meta magic and second level spells and how to use the Tides of Chaos ability at will, so I no longer accidentally age 9 years.
Yes.
I'm gonna give the green beans to Ashima.
I will share them
Yeah.
with both.
So as you, I will say, Cecily, you are leaving at like 10 o'clock at night to go back to the Golden Stag Inn.
Fuck it.
And you go
Fuck
back.
it.
Wake up!
You can see that as you enter, that Emeriel and Sigrun are heading up the stairs, and you burst in, and there's a moment where Sigrun like quickly turns around on a heel, hand on her hilt, and then sees you, and then sort of relaxes her grip, and then returns back to neutral. And Emeriel turns to see you, and he smiles, and he says, "Well, I'm assuming you wouldn't come find me at 10 o'clock at night if it meant that you were going to say no."
Yeah, I mean, we missed time because I was busy sorting shit out, so... Yeah, let's go. Tonight, fuck it. I don't need to sleep. I'm a sorcerer. Let's do it. Sorcerers don't need to sleep, right?
Well,
There's
I
that-
don't need to sleep. No, I don't need to sleep, but you do. But
Yeah.
There-
No, that's probably good. I like sleeping.
there's something I want to show you first. And this does not
Oh.
involve a long hike up a mountain, but I think it's useful for you to see.
Okay. Cool.
Sigrun, please accompany us. And the stocky woman nods and follows right in his stride. And as soon as you exit out of the Golden Stag Inn, he looks down to you and says, "You said that you would come here to find someone. Well, considering
Yeah.
the way that you look and your general attitude about most things, it narrows down any type of person you could be searching for. There are 2 people here who are from the Council of Yggdrasil, and one who's from the Fractured Peninsula, both in the Western Salamander, which, considering your hair, your skin, your eye shape, you are a Yggdrasi woman. There's no denying that. Same as Sigrun here."
Oh.
So,
Cool. I thought I was a Waters Wake street rat.
well, that may have been true at one point in time, but... Well, I regret... Here, I'll let the pictures paint themselves. Follow me. And he begins to take you through the town in the evening. And he takes you to one rundown inn. From the outside, points in through one of the windows, and says, "Do you see that man in the back corner? Passed out, his face stuck to his own vomit on the table."
Oh. Yep, that's vomit. Yeah, no, I see that.
Well, you can also see his blonde hair. Man is maybe 35, 40 years old. And undoubtedly he's from the Council of Yggdrasil. There's also another man pointing through a window on the opposite end of the room. A man who is harassing a barmaid who keeps, smacking him with a towel and telling him to stop. But he just kind of keeps sort of shouting at her. That man right there is also from the Council of Yggdrasil. And the other one isn't here. Follow me. And he leads you through the town, back away from Drinker's Dream, and towards Gren's mansion, or to the Spook Estate. This is a man who well, he was living in Summersrest for quite some time. As far as I could find, he was minding his own business. Didn't do anything, didn't drink too much, didn't do anything of note. But begins to walk through the tombstones and stops in front of one, a very modest, very simple stone. This man came to Summersrest. He lived here peacefully, and he died. Not but, as far as I come to understand it, 2-3 days before you arrived. I do not know if any of these 3 individuals are someone that you were seeking, or if it gives you any comfort or solace to know this, but I figured if you were searching for someone who might have some relation to you, that it might help to at least know something, as opposed to knowing nothing.
Yeah. I guess when I first came here, other than needing to get the fuck out of town, I was here because someone told me that I might have a father here. Or at least the man that fucked my mom. Father's kind of a strong word. Never met the guy. I kind of just assumed he was dead anyway. I mean, I hardly remember my first mom, so... But I guess, one thing led to another, and then we were fighting a cult, and then we were in prison, and then we found ghouls, and then found another cult, and then there was a pirate, there was bandits, and then I met a turtle, I guess? He's big, he's like a turtle, but he prefers turtle with an O, and he writes stuff and plays board games with Bianca, which, okay. And then, I don't know, it just... I mean, I guess I've always known that the people don't fucking matter anyway, It's people that choose to be with you. People that aren't just stuck with you. That's what matters.
You are a very smart girl, Cecily. And you are...
Sure.
No, I mean it, I mean it. And you're a girl who has gone through a lifetime of hardships in, what, 15, 16 years?
16 in a month? Well, 2 weeks now. Time flies.
16. God, what I would give to be 16 again.
Well, no, I'm not liking it. You're probably good where you are.
Regardless, bless you. Bless you. It is a little chilly out here.
Sigurd sneezing.
No, Sigrun, no, that was Cecily. Sigrun doesn't sneeze.
Yeah, we'll say that was Cecily. That cannot be Sigrun's first line.
No.
Tiny sneeze.
You have gone through a lifetime of hardships in 16 years. Someone who was lesser would have given up. But I can tell that you never have given up. Even if you decided to use means that were not exactly the most lawful, you never gave up. And I don't see why this here, this new information, is any grounds for giving up. I can tell that you've surrounded yourself with good people. Everyone should have companions like those.
Yeah. They all said they want to stick together after this contract thing is up. Which is kind of weird. Guess I assumed none of them wanted me. So...
If I may be so bold to say, Cecily, after only knowing you for several days and having you curse at me for half of that time,
yeah, that's nothing.
They would be stupid not to want you. I will also say I didn't well, I didn't leave that area. Didn't leave the research alone. I dug a little deeper, and I found something. I'm not sure if this man bears any relation to you in the slightest. I have no idea, and I mean that in all honesty. But the tombstone was billed to Rogthankar. So someone paid for his tomb and his tombstone. And whoever they are, they live there.
Rogthankar?
Yes, it's a yes.
Fuck, that's the noise I make when I gag.
Yes, many people choose not to go there because of the way that it sounds, but it is the capital of the Council of Yggdrasil.
Okay. So, if I do care about this, then that's where I'd find out, huh?
Yes, and I know you probably can't read it, but the man's name. The tombstone is written in Yggdrasi, but his name is Vandrid Sandvik. So, we'll continue your training in the morning. For now, I think it's best if you reflect on what you want to gain from me, and what you want to gain from this life that you've chosen. Then, in the morning, we can approach this fresh and new, and ready to attack whatever comes our way.
Yeah. Okay. Probably go home anyway. I'm gonna write to somebody, and then I'll see you in the morning.
Yes. Meet me on that same ledge. All right?
Okay. Got it, dude.
Dude.
Hey, is there gonna be food? This isn't like a no food thing, right? Like a cleanse. Like there's gonna be food. You gonna bring food?
Yes, I'll make sure to bring some dried meats and cheeses and bread.
Bread. Yeah. No. Focus on that. That's the main thing.
I will focus on the bread.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. Okay. I can do this. If there's bread, I can do this. Okay. All right. Well, fuck. Back in school, I guess. Okay. Gee, how did I end up back in school? All right. Tomorrow. See you then.
See you
And
then.
I will leave too suddenly.
All right.
I'll just...
All right, you head out, and you can hear Imariel just barely saying something to Sigrun. And it sounds something like... You only catch the first half of it. This is going to be... and then it kind of drowns out. As you can see, turn back a little bit, and Sigrun is just looking at Imariel and nods. And then she looks back to you. And her eyes squint a little bit. And then about at that point, you round a corner. And you head back to Bianca's.
Ooh.
All right. Very cool. You head to sleep. So, then I think there is only 2 more things that we need to accomplish here. You go through the rest of your training with Draenor, or with Imariel. It is, after that first part, it's really just more practice as opposed to revelations. So there's not really anything to do there. You just get a hold of your meta magic, how to bend the weave in order to get it to do the things that you want. Imariel does stress how impressive you are moving through this. Okay. So then I think there is only 3 more things. So, Desmond, you wanted to buy a cloak.
Yes.
Alrighty. So, just for some spadacity, some speediness here, we're gonna go ahead and say, now, did you want to buy a magical cloak? Because I'm pretty sure you got the cash to do that. You might have the cash to do that.
What kind of magical cloak would it be?
It would be a cloak of elven kind.
Yeah.
Which, while the hood is up,
And how much? What?
oh, sorry.
While the hood's up.
While the hood is up, you have advantage on stealth checks, and people have disadvantage on perception checks to see you.
How much does it cost?
It would be 700 gold.
I don't think I have 700 gold, Joe.
I don't know. In case you wanted to go beg your companions, be like, hey.
I really want it.
Hey guys.
Very, very badly. But that's so much money. I have 93 gold and 98 silver.
Oh, man, you almost have... All right. Okay. Well, it's something you can put on the wish list. Okay.
I would
right.
I know in the subclass that we did, there was like the thing about the belt. Can I just have like the belt be like pocket pouches sewn into like the inside of the cloak?
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so we'll say for that, getting a custom-made cloak, same as the one that you described to me, we'll just say, with the pocket sewn in, we'll say 1 gold piece. Just because that's quite
so cheap.
That's... Oh yeah, when you're not lacing it with magic, it gets a lot cheaper.
Yeah, but I want it to be magic, Joe. And I want it to be cheap, too.
Listen, you get a pyramid. You either get functionality, cheap, or magical. You pick 2.
They
have to enchant every thread.
I would like to haggle for 5 gold pieces for this magic cloak. JK. Sweet, I got a cloak.
All right, you got your cloak. Very cool. Then also... Okay. Magic, meditate with Ashima. Okay, we got that. Okay. Ashima, you wanted to enter the Avatar state and commune.
Not really. I just, at some point during that time, I just want to take some meditation time back, and be able to, commune with past memories, past lives, and regain a small bit of those healing abilities, so that 3rd level Path of Tranquility.
Okay. So as you were doing that, I would like you, right? You still have those scrolls of the Tongwu Path that you had with you since the beginning. So I'd like you to make 3 wisdom checks for me.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, those weren't with advantage, so we're just going to say 13, natural 1, and 14.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I forgot to...
Or with disadvantage, yeah.
What was that? Yeah, I was doing that.
So, as you are going over the scrolls, looking and seeing, and then going back and forth between meditation and reading the scrolls, trying to decipher something, towards the end of your meditation, at the very end of week 4, something does click. You've always known about creating harmony and helping others find peace through harmony. It's, the cornerstones of your entire belief system and what the Tongwu Path preaches and teaches. But as you're channeling your past lives and thinking about the different reincarnations of Tongwu, or of Ashima, and the tenets of the Tongwu Path, harmony sticks in your head. Harmony, harmony, harmony. You have memories of masters, true masters, who were people who accomplished great things that others would never dare dream of, in an effort to protect people, to help others find peace, and turning that peace into protection. So, as you complete your meditation, you gain new knowledge, not just of healing others, but now of protecting others. So, if you look at your scrolls of the Tongwu Path in your inventory, from studying the scrolls and meditating on your teachings and learnings, you gain the following features. You may now gain a charge of harmony whenever you help another creature find peace. Or whenever you help another creature find peace, you gain a charge of harmony. These charges never expire. You've learned how to use the runes on your staff, and as a reaction, you can expend 1 use of Harmony to cast Shield, but only to protect someone within 15 feet.
Excellent.
So now, obviously here, helping creatures gain peace, that's not, reducing a creature to 0 hit points. So letting you know that's going to be a little loosey-goosey.
Yeah, we'll talk.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm cool with that. That's awesome.
Okay. Alrighty, so you have got that. And you sort of come to a close in your meditation at the end of week 4, feeling like you can truly embrace that part of your past, helping people find peace and harmony. Okay. And then, also, you go to Master, who you know as Master Drenor, because you want to get a little Rocky boy identified.
Can I go with him?
Anyone want to come?
Yeah, I would like to go.
Okay, is everybody,
if I can,
is everybody jumping on this train?
Probably fair. Last thing we're doing.
And
why not?
Unless
I'll go.
Bianca, at this point, you would be training with Rolius.
Oh, never mind. I'm not going.
Well, no, it's up to you. I mean, you could obviously take a break to go with them.
Just tell me about it later, and then I'll go back to training.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll say that I'm probably gone for the next 2 weeks for the most part. So.
Yeah. Well, you're probably with him, to be honest.
Yeah.
So the gang shows up as you guys are studying in the Golden Stag Inn, just, practicing different things and all that. But Ashima, Poe comes with you as well, just kind of hanging along for the ride, and so does Desmond. And Cecily, you see the three of them kind of shuffle into the very nice tavern that the Golden Stag is. And all of you can see Cecily and Master Drenor sitting at a table, talking. There are drinks on the table, and you can see in the corner of the room, sort of keeping an eye on everything and seeing all of you, checking that you're coming in, scanning you up and down, is Sigrun. Doesn't say anything, just keeps her eyes, scans you up and down, and then goes back to looking over the rest of the tavern.
One of my meta magics was Twin Spell, so I'm just gonna, as they're walking in, be in the middle of doing Shocking Grasp on both of my hands and moving the lightning between them, just yeah, and I'm just having a blast, and I don't even notice them.
Yes, exactly. That is very, very... Oh. Well, it seems like we have company, Cecily.
Huh? Oh, okay, cool. Catch. And I'm going to pretend to throw lightning right at Desmond's face. And it's not going to go anywhere, but,
I'm going to minorly charge my lightning breath so there's just, lightning going across my teeth. I caught it.
Look at that.
Good.
Well, to what do we owe the pleasure? Not very often do I get to see a Master Dragonborn, the student of Ashima and Anamoa, all at one time.
The Master Dragonborn thing was kind of fun at first, but I'm kind of getting sick of it.
Sorry. Mr. O'Malley, then, would you prefer, or just Desmond?
Desmond's fine.
Very well, Desmond.
Humility is a virtue.
So, yeah, you can call him anything. He'll take it.
Did you need to speak with Cecily about something?
Hope not.
Well, sir, actually, we were hoping to speak with you. Not too long ago, we ran into a group of people fleeing, and as we helped them flee to safety, one of them handed me this peculiar rock. And... well, I've taken the day off of training Rose, and I thought perhaps, if you were willing, you could help us identify this.
Oh, of course. Of course. Cecily, this is something we haven't talked about yet, but there are different magics that, aside from being destructive, like lightning, they can help decode magics and refresh your knowledge. Here. Right here. Gestures his hand out, and as you pull out the rock and set it in his hand, you can see that there is his eyebrows sort of furrow. So he holds it and looks up to you and he says, "Where did you get this?"
It was given to us by some cultists who were fleeing a cruel and twisted faith.
Oh, yeah, them. God, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was.
How long have you had this on
There
you?
weren't any... few weeks, there weren't many mages around to... or any, truly, to identify it.
Yes, I understand that. My question was, how long have you had this on you?
Cumulatively, I suppose, a week.
I mean, we're like 3 weeks into this 4 weeks, right? So it would have been like 4 at this point, right?
Yeah, but I probably wouldn't keep it in my pocket the whole time. I don't even think I have pockets.
Very well. I will identify this, but I think it would be best if I keep this on my person for a while. I don't know exactly what it is now, but it is... He exhales. Very, very powerful. I can feel it in my grasp already. If you don't mind, I would much prefer to hold on to this. And as soon as I discover what its true purpose is, you'll be the first to know.
Yes, please. It belongs in the hands of someone who can use it much better than a memento.
Can you do the same thing with this? And I'm going to pull out the Dark One idol and hand it to him as well.
As you go to hand it to him, as his hand reaches in towards it, he shocks back from it. I recommend you throw that in the fire, please.
Why is that?
It serves no other purpose than communing with those entities who are best thought to be lost to time and darkness. Typically, they carry no power or anything. As he's like locked dead on the idol, but there is something to that one. So I recommend you throw it in the fire, throw it off a cliff, bury it 20 feet under the earth. I just wouldn't recommend carrying it in your pocket for longer than you already have.
And what if
Do as he says, Desmond.
But if I didn't, what would happen?
Well, I don't know. But I have studied many magics for many hundreds of years, and I can tell you that anything that is in that idol is not good. So, Desmond, I implore you, burn it. Remove it from your person, or I can guarantee you that what will happen will be worse than your darkest nightmares. I do not mean to sound dramatic. I am being truthful.
Does he actually seem fearful at the moment of like what this thing is?
Make an insight check.
Yeah.
Hey.
He has, any time that you've talked to him, he has always been with a smile and always been happy to help, but he is not afraid, just very nervous.
Mm-hmm.
If you decide to keep it, I do not know what will come of it, but I can promise you it will be nothing good.
Okay.
Sorry, I do not mean to sound so dramatic as I said, but you all are in the, you are all withholding something that is, well, something that is very dark. And
we appreciate your tone and candor.
The thing that makes me most nervous, it's unknown to me. That is what makes me afraid.
Okay. Well, thank you for your wisdom, I guess.
You are welcome, I suppose. Listen, Cecily, I apologize to cut our lesson short today, but I do need to study this item.
Alright, I'll show you the claw thing tomorrow.
The claw... I think I know what you're talking about, and I will be very excited to see it tomorrow. All right. Sigrun, please. And the woman nods and begins to make her way towards the stairs, and they convene, and they begin whispering back and forth to one another as they make their way up the stairs.
Talking to the statue lady. It's pretty serious.
Has she ever said anything?
As far as I'm aware, no. Not once in her life. Well, that was fucking weird.
Yeah, that was a little scary.
I think rightfully so.
Yeah, I don't know why you guys were carrying around so much cult shit. Like, jeez. Is just all this shit in your pockets, just one after another? What are you gonna pull out next? A cultist? I don't know. I guess I have cult robes. I shouldn't talk.
Well, it's just this thing. It's like it calls out to me sometimes, almost.
All the more reason to destroy it. Why have you been hiding this from us?
I didn't know what it was. If I like grab onto it and kind of focus into it in like the tentacle thing that happens, I've never actually looked at it. Is there actually a physical tentacle like that grabs onto me? Is it just a feeling?
It's just a feeling. And it's not a feeling. It doesn't feel slimy like a tentacle would, like if it was part of like a sea creature. When its tendrils wrap around your hand and fingers, when you feel it, it is dark. And it's not cold, right? It's not like devoid of light is cold. It is just devoid of feeling. Numbness and blackness.
Desmond.
Yeah. Sorry.
You weren't with us. Where were you?
I'm gonna reach my hand out. Do you want to hold on to this until we can take care of it?
No! Certainly not.
I don't know if I should. Here, I'm gonna walk outside, and I'm gonna put it on the ground, and I am going to take a vial of acid and pour it onto it.
That is wise of you. Very, very wise of you, Desmond.
The acid drips. and sizzles away at the rough carved stone as it slowly begins to melt and break. Statues no more.
Yeah, that thing
I
is
was foolish.
fucky.
If I try to
Foolish
like,
not to bring stone immediately.
if I try to reach back out for that feeling, even though it's gone, is it completely gone now? Is the connection broken?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a relief.
Well, guess we had a lot of shit going on, but maybe we should have been worrying about this cult thing more.
I'm often too excited by new discoveries. It's very, very, very seldom that I'm quite fearful and anxious of them. And seeing that gentleman's disposition and demeanor.
Yeah, I mean,
Quite shaken me.
I can tell you this much. I haven't seen him like that yet.
Is he as powerful as he says he is?
I think so. Yeah,
Well, that's the scariest
he-
thing.
seems to know fucking everything. So, says he's been alive a few hundred years, maybe longer. I don't know. He says I'm amazing, which might be his only miscalculation. We'll see.
Well, in the meantime, perhaps let's rid ourselves of these fears and negativities for when they do arise and when we know more. Cecily, you had a claw thing you've discovered? I'd very much like to see that. Magic is my specialty.
I'm gonna save it for when it comes up.
Okay. Alrighty, so as all of you are having those interactions with Master Drenor, there is another who is doing something else. So, Bianca, as you are in your shop, readying to begin your training, now, just jumping back just a hot sec, your training began probably week 1.5, week 2, with Rolius. And your training was fairly light. There was just basic sparring with swords and the training just to focus you a little bit better on aiming and firing your weapon. So just so you improved slightly in those areas. But then, the second week is when things start to take a strange turn. So, as you are working with Rolius, she says, and this is, you're in Rose's manor, in the estate in the backyard, or in the estate grounds near the river where Poe was found. Darling, I have a very important question for you as you're sort of taking a break from your sparring. What exactly do you hope to gain from our trainings?
Well, my dad was a great warrior. I think kind of more similar to a ranger. And I always hoped that I'd be as good as him one day, but it wasn't really a passion. I guess I want to be strong enough to be able to protect myself and my friends as on our travels.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what I'm hoping to gain. And figure out better how to like manage this blood hunter stuff that I'm still trying to grasp. I've been reading the book and I feel this connection with this weapon, and I think I just feel called in this way to this weapon, and that's weird because I don't know even why or how I got it. And then meeting you was really just random, in this book and everything. It's just kind of all like falling into place. And I don't believe in fate or anything like that, but like if everything keeps coming to me, I want to take it. If that makes sense.
It makes plenty of sense to me, darling. And you know what? I haven't exactly been upfront with you.
Yeah, I know.
So how about honesty? I know ways that you can channel and make connections with that blade. But I need your trust. And I need your trust unwavering.
Okay. I think I can trust you, but I've had this question in the back of my mind that I can't seem to shake, and you never have really been direct about it.
Ask away.
Who is the demon that has infected me? Or what are they, if you don't know the specific? I feel like you know. You've said before, you've talked about the kind that they are. So, and you also, are you even, like, who are you? Sorry, this is kind of two questions now. It's just kind of hard to trust somebody who knows so much more than you. You know?
Oh, darling, I know. And, well, I am ready to bear it all. I had to make sure that you were worthy first before I made any promises, before I forged any pacts. Let me show you something. Place I'm sure you're very familiar with. She snaps her fingers. You are thrust through existence as you appear someplace very, very similar to where you've been before. So long ago with Ashima. Now at the end of this 4-week period, this was 6 weeks ago, almost, a month and a half. The biting, icy hot winds blowing into your face, the different brimstone and gravel scraping your cheeks like sand during a sandstorm. An outcropping, a ledge that you had originally scaled up. An empty ledge. No dragon. No sword. That sword that you removed called to you. I knew that you were special, Bianca. So much more special than anyone I'd ever met before. That sword wanted you. The Blood Hunter ritual isn't supposed to be like that. But something about that blade forced you to come here. That blade wants you. It wants you to do what is right by it. And I want you to do right by that blade. The devil who owns your soul. His name is Issen. He exists within the 9 layers. He is a servant of one of many arch-devils. He serves in Nessus, the deepest lair of the 9 hells. He's one of the lowest scum there. All he does all day is make pacts with insignificant humans, cursing their bloodlines and making sure their offspring belong to him. He does this so he can have a way to overthrow the powers that be one day. And I'll say this. It is in your interest and mine that never happen. So when I found you, Bianca, I knew you were special. I knew what you could accomplish. And I feel as though I've never been more confident in anything in my life. My name is Rolius. I am tiefling to a degree. But I embraced what everyone hated about me. And I used that to help my ascension. And you can do the same. We've spent so much time over the past 4 weeks sparring and firing off those rounds. But the one thing we haven't done that you're capable of is magic. You spend your time with alchemy doing what you think is right there. But alchemy is the tip of the iceberg, Bianca. That blade gives you a channel to it. You are obstructed by a dam, and I tell you now, if you strike down that dam and you let those waters flood, you will be unstoppable. So often, in your life and in mine, people stood in our way. They told us we couldn't do it because we weren't good enough, that we were shameful to them. They might not have said it with their words, but they said it with their eyes. I'm sure you know exactly what I'm talking of. Whether it be a parent or a friend. They said, "Oh, I don't think that's best for you. I'm worried about your safety." You know what they meant. I'm ashamed of you, and I don't want your hideous face going anywhere. With your horns and your skin, your infernal blood. Doesn't matter that it was their fault. They're the ones who did this to you. They're the ones who did this to me. So, Bianca, to those people, I vowed to no longer politely say, "Excuse me, may I pass?" I only want to do what I think's right. Do you know what I say to them? Get out of my way. I bow to no one. I am no one's slave. I am no one's puppet. I don't own you, Bianca. I don't want to. What I want to do is free you. Because you, just like me, deserve no masters. You deserve to be free. Embrace the blade, and embrace the magic that it will give you, and I can promise you, Bianca, you will be unstoppable.
Bianca's gonna look at the blade and then look back to Rolius. Is the blade connected to another being as well? Or is it a being of its own?
That blade serves no one. That blade is subservient to you. You are your own patron, Bianca. It is your choice. The weave will bend to you and no one else.
She's going to smile. Then, with her arm that she started the Blood Hunter ritual in, she's going to slice underneath it and then just watch the blood bend in with the sword, binding and making the pact.
Good. Good. Now channel it. Give it everything you've got, and I can promise you, Bianca, you will move mountains. That pillar, that plateau where that dragon stood when you pulled the blade out of it. Cut with all your might, with all the magic you have in you, and I can promise you, even you will be surprised at what you can do.
Did you say to do something to cut it with the blade? Okay, she's gonna go up there and with... Okay, sorry, I'm gonna see what spells I have. Forgot.
That's okay. No spells necessary. She just told you to slice at it with
Okay.
all of your might.
All right, well, I was going to add like thaumaturgy and booming blade maybe on top of it.
Oh,
and
hell
she's
yeah.
just going to like lay into it.
Okay. Well, as you pull back the one strike, the blood dripping from the blade, you can see that this is only half of a blade. It was broken off when you pulled it from that dragon's body that was once on this statue, that was once on this plateau. But as the blood begins to drip on the blade, it doesn't fall off. It creates the other half of the broken blade. The blood solidifying and hardening. Which Crimson Rite do you choose?
Ooh. I get another Crimson Rite? I thought I only
No.
had one.
No, which one do you have right now?
Oh, I have the lightning one.
Okay, so the blood on the blade begins to boil and bubble bright yellow as you pull back the blade with both hands and go in to slash into the cliffside. What you anticipate to be one small cut is a slice of energy and force that completely removes one half of the plateau from the other, cutting through the stone and brimstone entirely, severing rock from rock in one clean slice. Rollius smiles and says,
Good. That is exactly what I meant. You, Bianca, will move mountains.
You will do great things, my dear. This is just the beginning. She walks up to you near the torn in half plateau. She hugs you and she says, I am so proud of you. And she pulls away. She clasps her hands on your cheeks. She smiles. I must leave Summersrest, but anytime you need me, think of me in your dreams, and I'll be there, never intruding, only at your request.
And Bianca will take her hand on Rollius's hand and then just kind of nod to that in agreement, silent agreement.
She pulls her hands away and she snaps, and with a snap, you are back in the gardens of the Fisher estate with no
By
Rollius.
myself?
By yourself. No Rollius in
She's
sight.
going to plop back on the grass and go, what the fuck?
Alrighty. So Bianca, as you plop on the ground, your face into your knees, whispering, what the fuck? Wondering what's going to happen next. So too will our audience, because that is where we are going to end tonight's session. Ooh-wee! Ooh-wee! Well, there we go, audience.
Punk rock of you.
I wasn't ready for that.
What a damn fine session.
That was a good session.
Holy
That was
crap.
a good one.
It was a lot of fun. Sorry for keeping everybody over like 20 minutes. I hope that it was worth it. Thank you all for watching.
Do drugs, worship Satan.
If you enjoyed the stream, leave a follow, share with your friends. Please, the more people we can get watching, the sooner I can implement the paying bits to give them advantage or disadvantage, because sometimes they need to be handicapped a little bit because I'm too nice to them. But yes, so that is it for today. Come back next Tuesday to see the Festival of Harvest Inn, where they are going to be doing the thing. They're going to be fighting in the tourney to gain their freedom from Brennan Fisher. It's going to be interesting. Going to be a lot of fun.
has no master.
Exactly. Come back on Friday to see the Explorers of Afera and the conclusion to the Siege of All's Crossing, or on Saturday to see the fight between the Explorers of the Isles of Avarion and this necromantic hag witch lady thing that they don't really know about. See how that plays out as well. So thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a great rest of your morning, evening, night, and I love you. All right. Good night.